Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello. Good morning. Brock and Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710 seattlesports.com and the Seattle Sports app. Plus 97.3 HD2 and YouTube, all places where you can find the show, listen to the show, watch the show, interact with the show. You can do all of those things, and we'll be here every day for you on all those platforms and more. Well, do you want to jump right into them, guys? I mean, we've got them. I got overnight Mariner texts. They're not quite as overnight this time because obviously the Mariners played at 5 o'clock, so a couple hours early, but I got a lot of texts. A lot. You guys are into this. I love it. 866-979-3776. There's some good ones in here. A lot of passion. A lot of frustration. Some things that we can clear up and some things that I think I might have to agree with. So let's jump into these from the overnight. The worst thing about watching the Mariners is that they don't seem to have any fire. No passion. They don't seem to care. Who is the guy who's going to throw a chair across the clubhouse and show some stones? Lyle?
If you're throwing a chair across the clubhouse in April, I think you need to tone it down a bit.
It would be better if that said, why haven't the Mariners panicked? I've panicked. Why haven't they? They're 3 and what are they? 4 and 7? They're 4 and 7. They're not 4 and 77. This is a common one, man. We get these every year, and it's such a hard one. I totally know. Honestly, I know exactly where you're coming from. I totally get it. That used to be a thing. It's not anymore, but it used to be a thing. You do want guys who are passionate. You do want guys who love the game, who eat, drink, sleep, breathe baseball, who are passionately intense about the game. I love guys like that. You don't necessarily want guys that are panicking and throwing chairs across the clubhouse to fire everyone up because it's baseball. It's not football. It's not hockey. It's not an adrenaline sport. It's a calm sport. That being said, I will also point out no team that is not hitting looks like they are intense. It's just the way it is. When you're not hitting, it's really hard to show all of those other things. You don't see them working in the back. We don't see them working in the cage. We don't see all of the ways in which they are being intense. You only see them heading back to the dugout after another play in which they don't score or hit. And that's frustrating. And it doesn't look like they're intense. But I don't know that that's a fair one. Sorry. Has Randy given up on the Mariners? Is he trying to get shipped out with his play? Interesting question. Randy's defense has been really bad. Randy's effort level in left field has been suboptimal. Randy's been one of the best hitters on the team. Got an OPS over 850. He's got a batting average hovering just under 300. For a team that is striking out a lot, he only has 5 strikeouts so far this season, one of the lowest on the team. Randy's been great at the plate. The effort level in the outfield has been actually about the same as it's always been, which is suboptimal. But I don't know that it's been any different. He's hitting, though. Say what you want. On a team that's not hitting, Randy's hitting. He might be their most consistent hitter so far. So is Randy giving up and trying to get shipped out? I don't have any evidence of that. But I don't love what I saw last night in left field. I think both those things can be true. So, says another text, 866-979-3776. Aren't these fun? Late night Mariner text. Lyle, do you like these?
I do, but I'm going to be totally honest. I'm just used to all this stuff.
I know
it's in my life on the daily.
It's too much in your life. So this one says, if Cal was the only reason we scored, are we trading everyone else today and leaving Cal? That's a good question, because yesterday somebody wanted us to cut Cal. Now we have to keep Cal and cut everybody else. That's fair. This team sucks out loud, says a text. Might be a little early for that. I don't know.
Have you ever, on this note, because it's a similar idea, have you ever gone and just read through the comment section when a team, the Mariners or anybody, posts their final score graphic after a loss? Oh, my God. Sometimes I use it as therapy after a loss. I just scroll through the comments on the final score graphic. It's insane.
I've never done that. I kind of stay away from any comment section. The text line is about as close as I get. YouTube comments, I'm out. Twitter responses, I'm out. I'm out on all that. Let's see. We suck at ABS challenges. I think they're actually right in the middle. They're above 500. A bunch of teams are below 500. I was looking at that this morning. They're like in the middle. I think they're 13 and 11. I think they also have the second or third most challenges of any team, which surprised me. I thought that they would be lower, but they're like at 24. The Yankees are at 25. The Twins are at like 75, and no one else is close. It's not 75, but it's a lot more than everybody else. There are teams with like under 20. Yeah, they're doing fine. They're around league average, maybe just ahead. I think they were 13th out of 30 teams. So I know it feels like they stink. They don't. They're about the same as everybody else, actually a little bit better. Can't wait to hear Dan come out and talk about how great the offense looked with all those 2 hits and 1 run. They look like a 2024 Mariner offense that simply never hit. All right, so those two, I think you guys know that I feel differently about the 2024 Mariner offense since it finished, what was it, 8th in runs that year? Like, it did hit. It was frustrating at times when it didn't, but they did finish 8th in runs. As for Dan coming out and talking about how great the offense looked, I don't know that he did that last night. He seemed a little frustrated with it also. But, yeah, I'm with you. I don't like after these games where you just hear like, yeah, actually, we really hit the ball. Like, you can do that once or twice. You can't do that every day for a week. I'm kind of with you on that one. Why is it the second you put on a Mariners jersey, you lose all ability to hit a baseball? I don't know. Rob Refsnyder might be asking that question today. That poor guy's 0 for, what is it, 0 for 14? 0 for 13. 0 for 13. Rob Refsnyder has absolutely destroyed lefty pitching for a huge portion of his career, including the last 5 years. He's come here and cannot buy a hit. And the at-bats have not been good either. It's not like he's getting robbed. He just really hasn't hit. It looks a lot like Donovan Solano last year, which is too bad because Solano, we were like, this is never going to work. With Refsnyder, it felt like it would work. I don't know what's going on. I hope he gets it together because in theory, he's a weapon. In theory, he's like a guy you want to maneuver things for so that he comes to the plate in a late inning situation against a lefty. You'd love that. He murders left-handed hitting or pitching, but he hasn't done it this year at all. He's been awful. Boys, says a text, I think we have a bad baseball team. Well, it might be a little early for that. The managing of the 7th inning was embarrassing. This team is embarrassing. Yeah, the 7th inning was not good. Not Dan's finest moment in terms of strategery. I guess I would just say this. The Mariners have obviously made a deal there. Like, they've decided that Dan is great at managing the team, managing the personalities, managing the leadership, getting the guys to play a certain way that they want them to play and keeping the clubhouse in a direction they want it. They are willing to trade some confusing moments in game strategically. They didn't make any changes after the playoffs last year. They basically said, yeah, we get it. Either they agree with the decisions that are being made, which I can't, that doesn't feel like Justin and Jerry, two guys that are pretty by the book, or they just say, look, we know, but there's other priorities. And I think that's why we're going to end up having some frustrating moments like the 7th inning yesterday. They got different priorities. They've made a trade-off. I don't necessarily agree that that's the direction they should go, but they have. Kind of is what it is. Finally, my favorite pastime is getting sulk-splained. First of all, that should be a term. Maura, can we coin that term forever? To be sulk-splained? Yes, sure. Absolutely. Well, I'm smarter than you are, so of course you're going to get sulk-splained. My favorite pastime is getting sulk-splained that the other pitcher was really good, the bad matchup, the lineup has some dudes, forgetting that these things describe the M's as well. I mean, I don't feel like that's something. Sometimes the other pitcher is really good.
I would say yesterday the other pitcher's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
It was Jacob deGrom.
But you'd like to score more than one run.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Yes.
both of those things can be true at the same time. Yeah, you got to do better, and you got to do better against the Texas bullpen for sure. Like you got deGrom out of the game early enough, you got to go to work. You can't end with 2 hits. That's not good enough. And, you know, you got to get traffic on the bases. You got to hit some home run. You got to do all those things. Could we get a refresher on the Larry Salk rule? You can, but you've got to be up in a late game situation. The Mariners haven't had that. The Larry Salk rule is when your closer comes into a game, in a regular season game, you turn it off and just say whatever. All he can do is his job. If he does his job, then they win. They were supposed to win. If he fails, who wants to see that? You're just going to go to bed mad. So when the closer comes in, you just turn off the game and say, all right, I believe they won. And then you find out in the morning. And if they lost, you're like, oh, thank God I didn't see that. And if they won, you're like, yeah, of course they won. They were supposed to win. The closer came in to do his job. It only works during the regular season, safe situation. But, like, yeah, there's some merit to it. I don't do it because, you know, I have a job to do. But my dad does. That's for sure. He does it all the time. That's the Larry Salk rule. All right. Great batch of mostly crazy and sometimes sane overnight texts. Keep them coming during these games. 866-979-3776. We'll come right back with everything you need to know, including some of the highlights or whatever they were from last night. It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice. DayandNight.net. This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net. Need some TLC for your hybrid or EV? A&M Auto Repair in Bellevue gives you fast, cost-effective, guaranteed service. Go to myevpros.com or call 425-96-EV-FIX. A&M Auto Repair treats you fair and square.
Olympic Hot Tub's Sweet Spring Savings event is here. Now through April 14th, thanks to incredible factory discounts, you can save up to $16,500 on an amazing endless pool swim spa. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
Some places just know how to make an evening special. I'm Brock Ewart, and for me, that place is Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue. For 24 years, my friend Chef John Howie and his team have delivered incredible seafood. I'm talking pristine local oysters, sushi, cedar plank salmon, generous portions, and an unmatched beverage list. From the first greeting to the final bite, you feel taken care of. Celebration, business dinner, night with friends, Sea Star turns great meals into lasting memories. SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed.
He's got the geeks to go big, bring him the game.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop, his quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service and speed in select locations only.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Bakery owners, you will be loved today. Every pastry will be flaky. Your cake will make a child's day. Your delivery van won't get sideswiped by a distracted garbage truck driver. But if so, breathe easy, knowing you'll get back to business quickly with Progressive protecting your commercial auto. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper. So knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Mark your calendars. April 25th is Snohomish PUD's Energy Block Party, and you're invited. Bring the whole family for a day packed with hands-on fun. Check out the Truck Stravaganza, where kids can get up close to big PUD rigs and first responder vehicles. It's free, it's fun, and it's all happening on April 25th at PUD headquarters in Everett. Visit snowpud.com/energy block party.
Hello, Seattle. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on April 11th and 12th. 480 tables. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC, JSA, and Beckett will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show. Greater Tacoma Convention Center. Saturday and Sunday, April 11th and 12th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
With Popeye's new $6 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $6 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, not the start anyone was hoping for with these Mariners. Took another misstep last night as they dropped their 3rd straight game. This one in Texas, and kind of a familiar story. The bats remain very, very quiet. Just 2 hits on the night. One of them was Cal's first home run of the season. That's good to see, and hopefully a sign that he's ready to break out. It was a solo shot that gave them at least the lead early. It came at the end of a 12-pitch at bat, so there was some positive.
12-pitch at bat. Next offer, swing and a drive deep to right field. There she goes. Goodbye, baseball. Number 1 for Cal Raleigh.
It was an absolute crush job. Gone the second it left the bat. That was super great. Unfortunately, they gave it right back with a double and a single in the bottom of the 1st inning, and then this one in the 6th proved decisive.
He delivers 3-2. Swung on line, drive left field. Randy racing back, reaches up. It's over his head. It's off the wall. Seager will score. Berger into second, and the Texas Rangers have a 1-run lead in the 6th. 2-1 Texas, just out of the reach of Randy.
Lyle. Lack of effort or bad route?
I thought it was
or not catchable.
I mean, I thought it was a tough route.
Okay, so not an effort issue, just a mistake. Is that how you saw it?
Pretty much.
Concentration issue?
It's tough to know just watching on TV.
I know. It is.
But I'm going to assume it was just a bad route.
But catchable ball.
I thought.
Yeah.
Look, Logan had him 0-2. You could argue he should have just put him away, but I thought Randy could have
Yeah.
taking a better route mid-play.
It's not the story of the game, right? I mean, the story of the game is you got to have more than 2 hits, but in a game in which the other guy's keeping you down, you got to make all the plays and do all the little things. So Mariners fall to 4-7. Game 2 in Texas tonight. George Kirby against Nathan Eovaldi. Good news, Brendan Donovan was back in the lineup after missing a couple of games. Bad news, he went 0 for 4. Good news, he made a stellar play at third. So hopefully he will get back to hitting tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, maybe it's nothing because, as we know, veterans often skip early offseason activities. But Myles Garrett, nowhere to be found at the start of the Cleveland workouts yesterday. This coming a few weeks after the team made some changes to his contract that could make it easier for them to deal him. Would I be interested? Yeah, of course I am. I don't think I can think of anything the Seahawks could do that would be more exciting than adding Myles Garrett. Nothing, not one thing. That would be the best thing they could do. Most exciting. They got a ton of picks next year to use. They got $33 million in cap space. I'm all in. Now, one player who definitely wants out is Giants defensive lineman Dexter Lawrence. Now, did you guys say that this was going to be my new obsession? You guys were talking about me off the air? How dare you two? How dare you, Lyle Amora?
I saw it yesterday during the final segment. I was like, oh, something tells me this is going to come up tomorrow.
He's only 28. He's got a nice history with Leonard Williams. I don't think this one's going to happen. Here's Ian Rappaport, though, with more.
Best case scenario for both sides is for a contract situation that makes Dexter Lawrence and the Giants happy. In other words, a new deal where everyone can agree this guy who's been basically the face of their defense for the last several years, one of the best defensive linemen in the NFL, at times the best defensive lineman in the NFL, that puts him in a Giants uniform for years to come. That would be the best case scenario. A trade would come, one, if the Giants decided they wanted to part way with one of their great defenders who wreaks havoc in the middle of their defense, and two, if another team wanted to pay for a 28-year-old defender making $20 million, who, as you mentioned, Tom, is not coming off his best season.
Okay, so the best case scenario is they sign him. The other scenario is they trade him. Thanks, Ian. They could trade him. Would you be interested in a 28-year-old who 2 years ago had 9 sacks from a nose tackle spot? Yeah, I'd be interested. For whatever reason, that one doesn't get me as excited. But he's a good player. If they did it, I certainly wouldn't be mad, that's for sure.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Let's see. Kraken shook up their lines last night. They scored first, so that was some good news. And then after that, everything went awry. It was awful. They gave up the next 3 goals. They scored 1 to make it 3-2, and then they gave up 3 more. 5th straight loss. This thing is completely coming off the rails. Lane Lambert trying to explain where he's at.
I thought our structure was okay on their second goal. Again, we don't make a play. On their third goal, our structure was all right on that one as well, and it goes off Lindgren and in the net. So, these are just things that are happening right now, and we've got to stop the bleeding. For me, it's about pride right now.
Well, if it's about pride, the pride seems to be walking out the door. They are not playing proud hockey at all. They'll be in Minnesota tonight.
Did you read anything into, for some reason, the way he started to talk and then corrected himself and said, for me, it's about pride right now, almost felt like, well, I can only speak for myself. I don't know about these guys.
I don't disagree with that, Maura. Yeah, I think he feels like he's tried everything. I will have some more thoughts on this later if you want, but people are saying yesterday, and we were talking through this, right? Well, you can't fire a coach after 1 year again. Maybe you can when it was the 5th best coach that was out there in the offseason. It's not like they went big and went after a proven coach with a huge history of success. They went after a retread who had not had much success anywhere. I don't know. The Devils essentially wiped out their entire front office and coaching staff yesterday. We'll see how the Kraken respond by the end of the year. Congrats to the Michigan Wolverines. They're national champs for the first time since 1989. It wasn't Ramil Robinson this time, but they did win the Natty.
How are you not emotional right now with this ride? How are you just cool, smiling, no emotion, no tears?
It's more of a reflection of all the years that went into this by so many people and the commitment our guys had to doing this. I'm sure I'll fill it at some point, but now start thinking about how do we do this in Detroit next year.
Oh, my God, dude, give it a moment. That's Dusty May, the head coach. Like, come on. You can take a moment and be happy. Take just a moment. All right, that's everything you need to know. Is this real? Jeez, this can't be real. I almost always have my Twitter feed on who I'm following rather than the For You, because I don't want to see things from people that I don't follow. I've culled that list for a reason, but this just popped up in the feed because I hadn't changed it yet when I signed in. It's from someone named Dan Clark. I don't know who that is. Jared Kelnick's nosedive continues. He is currently the worst hitter in AAA. Literally the worst. He is hitting .045 with an OPS of 165 after not making the White Sox. God, it's sad. Please, Jared, I really hope he's able to get it back together. That is such a bummer. All right, we'll get away from baseball for a few minutes. We have plenty to talk about later. Jeff Passan will be here at 8:30. But Peter Schrager loves these Seahawks, and you'll hear why next.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Well, if your home's felt a little drafty recently, or maybe the floors on your main level get cold on your feet, it's probably because your crawl space and attic don't have enough insulation. It's making your furnace work overtime. By the way, that's true on warm days like yesterday as well. If it starts feeling way too hot in your house, could also be an insulation problem. Well, free, easy way to learn if you need insulation getting fixed or if you don't have enough is just schedule the free corner-to-corner inspection of that crawl space and attic by calling Crawl Pros. They'll climb behind that hatch. They'll see what the condition is. They'll go where you don't want to. I had a great experience. They came out to my house. They looked all through my attic and were like, yeah, you got a little issue here, a little issue here. They fixed it all, and we haven't really had any problems since. It's been pretty incredible. Now, they also have great utility rebates available right now, and their team can help you discover what's out there. If you're a PSC customer and your home was built before 1990, you could receive a rebate to cover up to 95% of the cost of an insulation job. Pretty good. Make your home more comfortable, saving your energy bill, all with Crawl Pros. If you're worried anything is going on in your crawl space or attic, including critters, water intrusion, mold, plumbing issues, call Crawl Pros and schedule your free corner-to-corner inspection today at crawlpros.com.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug, and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at truegreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and 0 calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
I'm Carolyn Osorio, the host of the Shadow Girls podcast, a deep dive into the Green River Killer investigation, and the only known survivor.
He got both hands on my neck. I couldn't do nothing.
Rebecca did do something. It was her tip that proved pivotal in the arrest and conviction of Gary Ridgway. Join us on April 9th for a true crime event, the behind-the-scenes story of how an imperfect witness finally got her reward. Tickets available right now at nwcave.org.
Mariners and Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch at 5:05. Pregame at 4. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Home is more than a place to live. It's where the best of life unfolds, where possibility sparks, where community grows, where lives take shape. At the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties, that belief drives the work our builders, remodelers, and tradespeople do every day. Because when we build more homes, we're building so much more than housing. We're making room for what matters most. Learn more at roomforwhatmatters.com.
Bob Stelton here, and if you've had LASIK or EVO ICL to get out of those glasses and contacts, you know how freeing it was. I had LASIK, but when I got older, I started to need reading glasses to see my phone or a restaurant menu. That's when I went to K2 Vision for refractive lens exchange, and it was a game changer. If you'd like to rid yourself from all glasses, including readers and bifocals, learn about K2 Vision RLE at their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. It's a perfect opportunity to meet Doctors Kopstein and King and have them answer your questions about K2 Vision RLE, like how is RLE different from LASIK and EVO ICL? Why won't I get cataracts after RLE? How does the light adjustable lens work? And lots more. The light adjustable lens is the premier technology for those who have had LASIK and now want to get rid of reading glasses. Plus, never get a cataract. K2 Vision has done more light adjustable lens procedures than anybody else in the country. Join the free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, well, Brock, this is something new. We've been on a roll with new guests recently. 17 years in, you would think that there's nothing new under the sun, but we've managed to find some folks that we've never talked to before, and today that's Peter Schrager, who's kind enough to join us from NFL Network and now ESPN as well. Good morning, Pete. How are you?
Good morning. Big fan of you guys both from afar. Brock, I've known from our old days at Fox where we both were there doing our thing at those seminars. But I see the clips of you guys all the time, and I'm like, these guys have long been the voices in Seattle. It's time for me to get in the saddle. Let's go.
Well, appreciate that. Do we go Peter? What is
Peter?
Peter.
Okay. That's what my mother named me. That's what we'll go by.
All right.
And I very rarely correct it, but if you're going to ask me,
we'll go with Peter. Yeah, I mean, like, if only people had asked Travis A-Chain, then we wouldn't have gone through the whole ATN debacle, and just ask people. It's not that hard, right? All right, Peter, it is.
Yeah, we'll go with
Matthew. It's Matthew Hasselbeck.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Same
For the
deal.
same reason, because Betsy named him Matthew, not Matt, so
Yeah.
you call him Matthew. Peter, why do you love these Seahawks so much, man? If you talk about Salky and I and seeing our clips through the years, holy smokes, over the last couple of years, and this offseason, it's hit that much more. Just from afar, it sure feels like you've got a ton of affinity for this organization that we love.
I've always known John and Trent Kirchner and the guys in the front office. I didn't have a great or, intimate relationship in any way, as some of the other reporters did with Pete Carroll. Since McDonald has gotten there, there has been a different look at this team for me. And it's been more about how they're going against the grain than every other team in the league, where it's young offensive coach. Let's get the hot new name. And here we go. McDonald was the last coach hired out of that cycle. Bring him in, and it's defense first. But this entire rebuild, almost in a seamless fashion, going from Russ to Geno to now, Sam Darnold, and then to go from Pete and what he built to now Mike McDonald. And then to even move on from an offensive coordinator after just one season, there's something different about the Seahawks team that's different than the other 31 franchises. We know the fan base is amazing. We know the history of this franchise is amazing. But I've really grown to love this, like, I would say almost John Schneider 3.0 version of the Seahawks. You had the Pete version with Russ, and then you had the Pete version with Geno, and now you have this Pete version, or this Mike McDonald version with Sam Darnold. And this year's team, like I was saying it after I went to the Monday night game, they beat Houston Texans. They didn't play great on offense, but they were dominant on defense. And I said afterwards, I'm like, that's a Super Bowl team. And I went on Get Up the next day, and I was like, prisoner of the moment. I was there, but this team could do it. And while we were all doing flips over the Eagles and the Rams all season, sure enough, who was hoisting the Lombardi? It was the Seattle Seahawks, and they did it a different way.
So what is it about them that you think allowed them to get there? What did you see that day, and what got you really going on that train? Why did they win the Super Bowl?
Selflessness, culture, a commitment to a cause. I posted a clip this week that went viral about me talking to McDonald at the owners' meetings, and I asked him, what was the best part about winning the Super Bowl? And you ask other coaches that, they'll give you a pithy answer about, I got to play golf at Pebble Beach, or I got to meet, Halle Berry or Kevin Costner because I was on the red carpet at some event. Like, that was cool. Mike McDonald, with like a straight face, just answers back and is like, it defended our way of life. And I'm like, all right, slow down. He's like, no, not to be dramatic, but all of the things that we preach, all of the things that we talk about, it's all justified when you're hoisting a Lombardi. And a lot of people made sacrifices to get there. So for me, I look at this team, I look at what it's about, and it starts with that head coach. And like, he's not one to bust chops. He's not one to tell, but then again, in the same breath, they welcome in Adam Ray, the comedian, to like roast the team. And he's good with you guys, and he'll crack a joke. Like, he's not a robot. He's not Belichick. And yet he knows when to turn it on and to turn it off. And he's not going to host the ESPYs anytime soon. He's not going to be a stand-up comedian, but there is a sense of humor there. And I think the players appreciate how authentic he is.
First of all, there is a little Belichick there. Not a lot, but there's definitely there's a little Belichick. And, Brock and I have interviewed him now every week during the season for the last 2 years. And I think everything you just said is right. I don't think either of us were surprised that his answer wasn't about Kevin Costner or Halle Berry, that it was about defending because he is a very serious guy,
yes.
But he does seem to have a pretty good sense of what he's not in addition to what he is. So when he brings in Adam Ray or someone along those lines, I think a lot of it is, look, that's not who I am. So other people still need that. Where can I go find what I'm not in order to complement who I am?
I'm going to bring up your interview with him where he did the whole "we don't care," and then I talked to him afterwards, and he's like, "I was referencing an interview I did with those guys at training camp, but the national audience doesn't know that, where they beat the Rams, and it's what did it mean to do it? And we didn't care," and it's like it was a reference for the listeners in Seattle to your show, Brock and Salk, and it's like. Yeah, but that's him. He's like, that was for you guys. That's for the fans who actually are following. That's a layup for you. And then everyone in the national media was like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
Do you buy, Peter Schrager here with us, do you buy the McDonald-McVay comparisons?
Interesting dynamic. Different. Very different. Sean was raised in a football family and was immediately handed off to Gruden when he was working in the UFL, and then learned from Shanahan and Jay Gruden and did all Mike's dad, I think, was in construction or shipping or something down there in Georgia. It's a different breed. So Mike comes he's an alien in the NFL. He comes from literally nowhere and begged Kirby Smart for an opportunity to work at Georgia, and then worked his way up the ladder. Not that Sean was gifted anything, but it's like Sean was in the crib learning football. Mike McDonald almost self-taught in a way. So they're both young. They're both going to be in this thing for a long time, and they're both going to be competing against each other. But I see them as very different people. And I could tell you, knowing McVay way longer than I've known Mike McDonald, and being very close with McVay, and a guy who's been to McVay's wedding and all this thing, he respects the hell out of Mike McDonald, but he wants to beat the hell out of Mike McDonald as well. And I think that is mutual. And they're very different personalities. They're very different. They're both from the state of Georgia, but I don't see them as similar in any way as far as how they got into this or how they dressed their team.
All right, so that's interesting knowledge that you know McVay as well as you do. So maybe you can help me, because I don't know McVay from Adam. Looking at it from afar, we saw him, kind of continue to I'm going to say whine, but you could use a different word if you want, about the 2-point conversion. And then he's like, it's like a Rubik's Cube. I can't even like describe when I had to like give it up. But he popped into Mike's press conference the other day and had to mention it. Is it possible Mike's in his head?
It's good, right? I mean, it's like WWE.
Oh, it's good. Is it good? Our listener audience came up with
here's
McVay Bay.
Yeah, they called him
that good.
McVay Cry Bay.
I mean,
I'm sitting here, armchair psychologist, and I'm going, Sean McVay has been the king of the hill and the king of the division, and they keep challenging him with all these other offensive geniuses, and he's like, whatever, I can handle all that stuff. But then along comes this defensive dude who does it a totally different way and has a little bit of his number. Is Mike in Sean's head a little bit?
So I think Sean would argue their defense hasn't done anything to get in our way. We put up 500 yards in week 16 and we scored 35 points in the NFC Championship game or whatever they scored. So I don't think it's like he himself and his schemes are keeping us up at night. I think he respects what they've done and they've gotten the win. That 2-point conversion play has been vexing for the Rams since it happened, and how it went down, how it was legislated, whether Terry McCauley, who was working on Amazon, was the one who ultimately called the code red to the league. Like, all those questions are bizarre and are a Rubik's Cube. But at the end of the day, they got the call right. So what are we arguing over? How the call was made and the mechanics behind it, and how it took 3 minutes to actually get the call in the field and the kickoff teams were up there and then we're reviewing it? Or are we arguing we want the call to be right at the end of the day? I think that's what keeps everyone up at night with that one in LA, because they know that, yes, letter of the law, it's a 2-point conversion and Charbonnet picked it up and it was a live ball. And yet that was as unorthodox a jurisdiction of a play or a rule as we've ever seen in the NFL.
Very Tucker-like.
If you want to take it that way and say, well, then there's, a road with a fork in the road and one side went one way, one side went the other. Sure enough, they got a chance to play again, and the Rams can't cry about anything. The Seahawks beat them fair and square in the NFC Championship game.
And probably play 3 times this fall too.
They might. I think they're the top 2 teams in the division. I think the Rams reloaded. They got McDuffie, and they saw some of the stuff that JSN did to them. And they said, we can't have that happen another time. We're not going to beat this team if we don't. And as much as the Seahawks went through the brain drain of losing Kubiak, and he took with him a couple guys, and of course the free agents that left, this Seahawks team is loaded. And I don't see them to have some major drop-off after winning a Super Bowl last year.
What did I see yesterday? The Seahawks still have $33 million worth of cap space left. What should they do with it?
Yeah, I don't know, because they didn't do it really in free agency, right? They brought back their guys that they wanted. They spent a bunch on the receiver. But when you talk about losing a Kenneth Walker, could they have spent $15 million and kept him? They didn't. They chose not to. So what's left out there on the heap? Like, I don't think there's some prime free agent target they're going to spend that on. But now John Schneider has a little wiggle room, and it's ironic after all these years of the albatross of that Russell Wilson contract, that they got shipped that to Denver. They still had to now it's like they won the Super Bowl and they've got money to spend and they've got some picks in this draft. Like, yeah, I think Seattle's in a good place.
We played some of your sound last week when you were on with McAfee and the boys, talking about John Schneider being the one of ones. And as far as if we could all be there at the owners' meetings, in the after hours at the owners' meetings, why? Why is John the one of ones?
I want to make sure, because you guys are social guys, I want to make sure we make a clear distinction here. Just because sometimes you're out and others are drinking alcohol and others are having it doesn't mean you're a party animal. You could still be the charismatic guy and still be a magnet for everybody socially and the most popular guy in the room without being, fall down drunk or without being some guy who's popping his mouth off. John Schneider at this owners meetings, and it's every GM and every coach, is literally in the corner, and he's not the biggest guy, as we know, physically. He's sitting there with Mike McCarthy, and he's got a line of people just coming up to him just to get a piece, just because they want to be around him. It's a magnetism that I can't speak of that I wish I had, and that he's got this big old grin on his face. He spends time with everyone, whether it be a coach, a GM, an NFL official, even people in the media, schmucks like me, and he'll give you that time and he'll reference something that's a relation. He is a great connector and people person. And for all the competitive nature in this league, I won't find a single person around the NFL who's got a bad word to say about that guy. And he might be the only person that you can say that about. So I think he's the belle of the ball at all these meetings. And now that he's won a second title, and this time with an entirely new franchise and an entirely new roster, like, I think there's a real respect there also. So it's not because he's out there partying. It's because he's the dude. Everyone wants a second with him because he makes you feel better when you leave that conversation.
Yeah, I like that you referenced winning a second and doing it without Pete, because there really is something to, okay, the first one, Pete got so much of the credit for, right? It was Pete who came in and changed the culture here, and he hired Mike, so all the credit that you give to Mike also goes to John. He built the team essentially from scratch a second time. These are all his moves, and a lot of them are built off trying to get Mike what he wants, but he's the one who's actually going out and finding them. And if John were sitting next to us, he'd be like, well, it's not just me, and it's my entire staff, and he'd go on and on. But he hired all those guys. Like, eventually it all does. This Super Bowl really does roll up to him.
He's the one constant. Him and Dave Pearson.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
and Dave
like,
plays a major role in this too. Let's not kid ourselves.
Eric Kennedy.
If you look at that org chart, it's like, who's there? There's Dave.
You're
Pearson,
laughing because
who,
if you don't mention him, he might call you later and yell at you, and nobody wants
who,
that.
by the way, took a shot at me and was like, so, this is my Dave Pearson imitation. If anyone listening, he's the PR guy who's been there forever, and he's a mensch. And he pulls me aside and goes, so did you get a chance to buddy up to your buddy McVay yet? I'm like, all right, relax, enough. Like, that's him, and he knows it.
Yeah, it is.
But there's very few holdovers from when Pete first came in all the way to here. I'm sure there's people in the business side that I don't know, but gosh, John has been that constant, and Tracy, his wife, too. Like, they're big roles in this organization, and they set the tone. And I just think what he said at that parade was, I thought, spiritually uplifting, talking about the angels that were following this team. But also how that can galvanize someone when you lose all those fathers and brothers and close people within an organization in 1 year. And then you look to each other and say, well, this is family also. I just think it's not Pete's team. It's not like it's not necessarily Mike McDonald's team. If you look at the blueprint of this entire roster, John Schneider built this thing, so you got to give him respect where it's due.
So what is the blueprint next? If you have to guess what direction they go, we saw the Patriots model, we've seen the Chiefs model, we've seen some of the Eagles model. What do you think they will try to emulate to give themselves as many bites at this apple as they can?
You got to retain the young talent. You've got to find a way, and you start that with JSN, obviously Witherspoon. Like, these are guys that are cornerstone pieces that are homegrown, and that's the key. You lose a Boye Mafe and a Kenneth Walker, other homegrown pieces, but you say, okay, we're losing them, but in doing that, we're going to be able to spend for X. We're losing Reek Woolen, but we're going to be able to spend on Y. And it's key to identify those players and then take care of them and make sure they are Seattle Seahawks for life. And that we say that, obviously they can, but at least one extra contract where you get those core pieces. I think one of the great regrets I have as a NFL observer and is that, like, that Seahawks Legion of Boom team, if the Malcolm Butler play or whatever doesn't happen, you have 2 championships. The Patriots then are 11 years in between winning Super Bowls, and who knows what happens. And the Seahawks are the team of that generation. They got one. They went to 2 Super Bowls. Awesome. They had a great success. Let's not have this team be a one and done. Let's have what did we do? What can we do to retain and make sure that we keep everyone happy and keep everyone satisfied, and there's not fissures amongst the team, and that everyone is able to get another bite at this apple? I think the key is looking back 10 years ago, what can we do to not replicate that? And then now looking forward 10 years and saying, how do we stay atop this mountain?
Last couple minutes here, Peter Schrager. You mentioned earlier Schneider, and we chatted through McDonald. It's, guests like you that are as connected as you are kind of get my mind going. And I find it, I don't know, just listening to your answers on both those guys, I find just the word genuine. When you talk about Mike, he is just genuine. When you talk about John Schneider, he's just genuine. Is that unique in the league?
Yes. I mean, once you're at the top of the mountain, you can be genuine, but the only way to get there is to be genuine and to connect with authenticity. I think the McDonald thing is fascinating because he's not, or how do I put this? He wasn't going to win high school president or prom king or anything. Like, he's not I hate saying the word coolest because he's not trying to be cool. He's not trying to have the fashionable, like he's just so authentic in his skin and wanting the best for those around him that I think that is appreciated and respected. Like this is a guy who did not play at the highest level, did not have dreams of playing at the highest level. And as we know by the million stories during Super Bowl week, had a backup option of being in the finance world, whether that was legitimate and like he was actually going to pursue that, but he chose to do this and he chose to do this on his own path. So I think everyone has to respect that, even if he doesn't have the playing experience behind him or the tutelage and the being on the tree of anyone before he got to Georgia.
Yeah.
I think there's real authenticity in Mike Macdonald. And I think John Schneider is obviously as authentic as it comes. And you know what he's all about. So the two of them together, who, by the way, if you were to pick 40 guys in a room, you wouldn't say, oh, those two are going to be best friends. And I don't know if they are best friends, but they're different personalities, which is also authentic in itself. And it's not just John Schneider could have hired any one of his old buddies from Green Bay or his old buddies from Seattle. He hired a guy that he didn't know, which I absolutely love.
Yeah, and I think he hired a guy that he watched kick his team's butt a year earlier and said, I want to look more like that. Did you know we interviewed Mike Macdonald this year and he paused for 17 seconds before answering a question? Oh, listen to this. This is what would you have done as an interviewer?
Give me the number one reason why. Man. Conviction.
What would you have done in that spot? Just let it go, right?
And you just pray for something. So when he gives you that little man about 4 seconds in, you're like, all right, give us. I mean, that's okay. That's a life raft. I'm on. All right.
Well, we were worried the Nielsen thing would turn off. The meters, you have to have sound in order to keep getting ratings.
That was like the last episode of Sopranos. Did my cable go out?
Peter, that's funny.
And then you try to put yourself in that head and whatever that hamster wheel is, and you're like, I have no idea what's going on in there. And then it's just one word, and you're like, all right, well, that answer wasn't exactly Shakespearean either.
Yeah, you said he's not Belichick, but there are moments. There are moments where there's so. Hey, thank you. I know you got to get going. You got your stuff to do today as well. Thank you for making your first appearance on the show. Hopefully not the last. This was great.
Oh man, I loved it, guys. Thank you. Big fan of both of your work.
All right, that's Peter Schrager, now from ESPN, formerly of NFL Network, and just a great job. That was fun. I mean it. We'll see if we can get Peter back. That was great, and he clearly is pretty tapped in and cares a lot about what's going on with these Seahawks. All right, so we're not going to do a ton of football today. It's mostly a baseball day, and I got a lot of Mariners thoughts both at 7 and at 7:30. Yeah, I'm intrigued by Dexter Lawrence. Of course, how could you not be? Right? Sexy Dexy, reuniting him with Leonard Williams? Of course. He's only 28 years old. I mean, again, I do think that there is a long-term, like, how do you take care of this defensive line forever? Here's the reason I'm probably not going to be all over this one. I just think he and Byron Murphy are probably too similar. I don't know, and I haven't watched enough of him, so I'll ask Brock. Brock will probably have a little better sense. He'll be here in a few minutes. I got the sense that he and Byron Murphy are pretty similar, more nose tackles than anything else. And I don't know whether, because I do think they're going to sign Byron Murphy to a long-term deal. I just don't know if you invest in both of those guys at the same time. Now, if there's any reality to the possibility of trading for Myles Garrett, you should be not just exploring it, but going down as far as you can to try to make something like that happen. He's so good. He plays the right position. Like, he's at the prime of his career. There's so many reasons why that would work. Of course, it's not like, yeah, I get it. Myles Garrett works anywhere. He's a great player. But, like, that's the direction I would love to see them go and spend some of that $33 million. I like Dexter Lawrence a lot. I just think that it's probably a little redundant given the money that you're probably going to spend on the guy you've already got in Byron Murphy. So, all right, Brock's going to be in here in just a moment. I do want to talk a ton of baseball today. Been watching the Mariners now throughout the year. I think I've got 3 things that I've noticed that are problematic through the first 11 games of this season. They can all change, but 3 things that I think have led to this slow start. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Four Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who would you entertain if you can get him for cheap as the Seahawk?
So this dude's been in the league 15 years. He's a big personality. I take a look at Cam Jordan. He had 10.5 sacks last year. If he's still around after this draft is over with, go ahead and take a look at Cam, especially if you're not sure about what's going to happen at your end spots.
Catch every Four Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with 0 investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Hey there, Dawn Riley with Olympic Hot Tub. Make the arrival of spring even sweeter with a healthy, relaxing saltwater soak every night. During our Sweet Spring Savings event, you can save up to $3,000 on the hot tub of your dreams. Experience the incredible wellness benefits of natural salt water right in your own backyard. Ends April 14th. Learn more at OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left? I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped. Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-433-8909. 800-433-8909. Again, that's 800-433-8909.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Yes, hello, Brock, and good morning to you. It was not the game anybody was hoping for from the Mariners last night. A little disappointing. Going into Texas. Now, you're facing DeGrom, but you
kind of knew that.
Yeah, you kind of knew it was going to be a tough road, and unfortunately, the Bats stay quiet. They lose again last night. They slip now to 4-7 on the season. I do have a few observations, things I've noticed about the team through the first 11 games that I think are leading to some of the challenges they're having right now. And I think that all three things are fixable, but I do think that all three things kind of need to get fixed. So 3 things that have jumped out to me through the first 11 games. Number 1, they don't appear to be having as much fun. Now, that's a rich thing for me to say because when you're not hitting, the game doesn't look like it's all that much fun. It's a cousin to when you're not hitting, it's really hard to play with energy. But I'm watching them play, and they don't seem to be enjoying it quite the same way. And again, that's a little ephemeral. Like I don't have hard evidence to back this. I don't have hard evidence.
You said ephemeral?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have hard evidence to back that up. Losing can make you look lifeless, especially when you're not hitting. But I do think, and maybe there's a little bit of confirmation bias here for me, the weight of expectations, the weird vibe after the WBC, both of those two things could certainly make a team not be having as much fun as they would like to be having.
Yeah, I don't know if you have to eliminate they don't look like it's not fun. They're not having fun. So, when I'm getting sacked 5 times and I'm not getting a first down and I'm not scoring points and I'm not getting any traction and rhythm going offensively, guess what, Salk? It's not that I'm just not looking like I'm not having fun. I'm not having fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not fun to go out and fail and not do your job well. It's not fun to go look at that scoreboard if you're Rob Refsnyder and don't have a hit this season, right? I mean, they're still, as Angie said to us yesterday, I mean, there's still human beings. Now they're trained, they're hardened, they're callous, they've been through failure. They know it's a sport of all of that, but it isn't. Whether it looks that way or it's the reality, it's no good when you're not doing your job well and you're not winning games, which is ultimately what I think so much of these guys are about.
Do you think that could be related to either the expectations or the awkwardness of what happened with the WBC
I don't know.
stuff?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a kind of an old baseball term, kind of a track record of when a lot of things are expected of this team. They seem to be better chasing than they are out front. That's been not a year, 2 years. That's kind of been a theme here for a lot of years. Different leadership, different people, but they just seem to be better chasers than they are.
And that's true for a lot of teams. I mean, that's not unique to the Mariners. That's a conversation that you and I have had just about sports in the modern era in general. It is a lot easier to chase than it is to deal with being chased.
But coming off of last season, coming off all of that, right? All the energy, signing Naylor a week into the offseason, all that stuff. And I appreciated the word that Angie again said to us yesterday. I was looking back at some of my notes from her appearance to end it. And she just said the WBC just kind of splinters. And I'm kind of thinking again, putting myself in some of these other camps. So what if What if the Seahawks had a WFC?
Right.
And all of a sudden, a couple weeks into camp, especially after all their success of last season and all that they had to go splinter around the globe, go compete for the countries that they love.
Yeah.
Right? They have all this joy, all this friendship, all of this.
Yeah, it could be.
And then we got to come back, and in a week, we got to put this back together. And oh, by the way, a lot of us went to that WBC and also didn't see the ball and didn't hit.
So I actually went a different direction with something Angie said yesterday, which was that you don't get to start at the end. You got to go start back at the beginning. And it is hard to go back and start at the beginning and build up all of the same connections.
Mm-hmm.
And so all of those things could be playing a role. But as I watch them, I just look like I don't see a team that's having a lot of fun playing baseball right now. Second thing for me that I've noticed is they just have not been as detail oriented.
Yeah.
They just last year was all about the details, and this year we've seen more defensive miscues. We saw Randy's poor throw home the other night. We saw the inability to get to the ball last night. I don't know if that's laziness. I think it looked more like Lyle and I were talking about it this morning, more of a bad route than laziness, but it's still.
I think Buhner said he got a good jump.
Yeah,
I'll trust Buhner's. Buhner isn't one to.
No, he wouldn't sugarcoat
put
it.
Lipstick on pig.
But it did look like it was a ball that maybe a better route would have gotten to.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not going to kill him for it. Just these things start to add up, and the devil's in the details, right? Cal even mentioned that word last night after the game.
Yeah, you just got to take care of those little things. I mean, I think it kind of starts with the offense. Kind of slow start there the first 2 games in LA. Same thing here today. So, we just got to create some traffic. You got to, even when you're not hitting the ball per se like you want to, you got to be able to, do the little things right. Steal bags, get runners over, grind out at bats, find some free bases here and there, and we're just not doing that. So, to me, that's just kind of where it starts, and usually that's kind of what gets the rally going. It's not not necessarily the hit, but the little things like taking the extra base, stealing a bag, doing something like that.
So,
what are they this year on steals?
Would you like to? As a matter of fact, I have that note.
Oh.
I looked that up last night.
Oh, look at you, Papa.
They're 6 for 10. They're 6 and 4 stealing bags.
60%.
That's not good.
Yeah.
I mean, four outs
Lyle
they've
would
made.
take that at ASU. I mean, passes on to the next class.
That's true.
Gets me my degree.
Yeah,
60% is not failing.
What is it? C's get degrees.
They do.
But that's not a number that you want, right? I mean, 6 for 10 is not ideal. And just again, the whole 162 battles philosophy and all of it. I had some skepticism about it, but that's what helped make the team what it was last year. And right now, I don't see that same level of attention to detail that really worked out so well for them throughout last year.
Okay, so you got one more, and then I got a question for you.
All
and
right.
you're probably going to shoot it down in a John Bon Jovi blaze.
I may. The third one for me is just they're not hitting any home runs.
Yeah.
They got 9 home runs in 11 games. That's a pace for 133. Last year, one team hit fewer than 133 home runs. That was the Pirates.
Mm-hmm.
The Mariners were third in baseball with 238.
Yep.
I know people like to get carried away with the strikeouts. I understand that we don't like the strikeouts. Here was Adam Jude yesterday on the station.
Maybe the most important question for this offense right now, because that's the one thing that's really jumped out to me as well. Like, we're starting to look like the 2023 and 2024 version of this Mariners lineup again, and that's not where you want to be. They were just so inconsistent. It felt like too often in those years, and again here in the first 10 games, they're just sitting back and waiting for that 2 or 3 run homer instead of trying to manufacture a little bit more. And Brendan Donovan being out of the lineup over the weekend didn't really help. He's kind of supposed to be, the catalyst at the top of the lineup, creating runs in different ways. He's not a home run hitter, but just to kind of put some pressure on the pitchers and on the opposing team a little more consistently.
So, look, I'm not going to sit here and say the strikeouts haven't crept up. They have, and it's not been great, and they're striking out more than 10 times a game, and that's too much. I just think you wouldn't worry about them so much if you had more than 9 home runs.
Yeah.
Like, if you had 15 home runs or 20 home runs, you'd be like, they're hitting, they're striking out, but whatever, they're 7 and 4, and so it's really not that big a deal. Also, look at where the strikeouts are coming from. You know who leads the team in strikeouts? Cal with 20.
Yeah.
You know who's next? Julio is tied for second with Leo Rivas.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get that bent out of shape because Leo Rivas is striking out too much. He's not going to be playing every day, over the course of this season. And Julio is going to give you some strikeouts. Like, that's part of the game.
So when the radio
But after
show,
that, Brock, Randy Rosarena's got 5.
Yep.
Donovan only has 7. Josh Naylor only has 5. Is Josh Naylor having a good start to the season? No, but he only has 5 strikeouts, so it must be fine. Too bad he's done nothing else.
So when a radio show,
you gotta hit home runs.
When a radio show struggles, you get back to basics.
Yeah.
You get on the clock. Okay. You tease. You get back to those
So you
things.
want to go to break right now?
No. You give me 30 seconds. When a football team struggles, we get back to it. We simplify. I'm kind of curious. There's just a lot. There just feels like there's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of platoons. And I know Dan yesterday tried to play that and then got outplayed on a hand. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to do like all of these. It feels like.
When you say a lot of platoons.
A lot of righty-lefty, trying to do all these righty-lefty.
There's 2.
Well, there's Canzone, there's Raley, there's Robles, there's Ref Snyder.
But
There's
that's
people
2.
I got to get
That's
involved.
2. But that's 2.
There's Mitch Garver.
No. That's a backup catcher. Yeah, I'm going to disagree. I just don't think that's the case. There are 2 platoons.
Okay.
Right field and DH.
And just because they're, again, not
what other
working
platoon is
versus lefties, it's probably over-accentuated.
I just don't think there's another. There are only 2 platoons. That's a pretty average number.
All right.
If Rob Refsnyder was hitting, I don't think you'd be complaining about a platoon.
I'm not complaining.
He's just not.
I'm not complaining. I'm just curious if there's enough, are you getting enough at bats? Rob Refsnyder didn't have a hit this year. Is it just because he's playing every third game? And, we've seen, unfortunately, some of this with Pollock and Solano.
He got to play 3 out of 4. It's also been his whole career.
Okay. Fair enough.
If it was a new role for him, I'd be with you. Hey, adjusting. Rob Refsnyder hasn't hit right-handed pitching consistently in years.
I'm trying to just ask questions.
No, you're not.
I'm just trying to ask
questions. You've never done that in your life. You know that's not true.
I'm a very curious
person. No, you're
person.
not. That's not the case. Why don't you
asker.
come out and say you don't like it?
No, I don't
Be honest.
Well, I don't like that for 4 years they can't hit left-handers. I don't like that.
Okay.
And they've tried veteran right-handed bats through a number of years with different names on those uniforms. And it's 11 games. So I'm going to give Rob Refsnyder till May 1st.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
You might need a little
I'm going to
time.
give him to at least
But it's an
May
ugly
1st.
start. I don't know why Rob's not hitting. The guy's crushed left-handed pitching for years.
Right.
He's not doing it right now. And he's in the exact same role he's been in.
Yep.
So I can't explain that. I don't know what's going on, but that guy's got to go out and hit. We'll come right back with everything you need to know next.
4 Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who would you entertain if you can get him for cheap as the Seahawk?
So this dude's been in the league 15 years. He's a big personality. I take a look at Cam Jordan. He had 10.5 sacks last year. If he's still around after this draft is over with, go ahead and take a look at Cam, especially if you're not sure about what's going to happen at your end spots.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here. More than 4,000 people just in our area have trusted Eastside Weight Loss Clinic as a safe way to lose weight. And I'm one of them. It's worked out for me. Was playing golf with Ray yesterday. He was asking me all about it. I'm like, yeah, the program is real. It really does work. You can drop 20, 30 pounds or more in less than 8 weeks. That's what I did. 10 pounds in the first week by eating healthy, fresh foods that you buy at the store. No costly recurring monthly payments for injections or pills, and then reading about all those scary side effects. No thanks. It's a doctor-developed plan. It's super safe. It really does work. It's just very simple. 15 minutes. You might spend that time sitting in traffic today. Instead, schedule a consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com because the only thing you have to lose is the weight itself. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Have a troublesome tree in need of removal? P&D Tree Service is up to the task. Local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. If it's 1 tree or 15 trees, close quarters or land clearing, call P&D Tree. They'll get the job done safely and quickly, turning multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. They'll clear trees away from homes to help you save on home insurance. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever see a tree removed by crane? PndTreeService.com.
Your new home for Tesla, EV, and hybrid maintenance is A&M Auto Repair in Bellevue, with dealer-level diagnostics, electrical, mechanical, and suspension repairs. Find A&M Auto Repair in Bellevue online at myevpros.com or 425-96-EV-FIX.
Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. It's Cooper Tire's PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, April 24th and 25th. Ready to be cowboy? Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Mariners and Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch at 5:05. Pre-game at 4. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded 1 new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hey, it's Drew Brees. And when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Start having fun. Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. This baseball season, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have you covered with every play with their lineup of Tundras, Tacomas, and the all-electric BZ lineup. Versatile, powerful, and innovative, all built to elevate your drive. Take a test drive at either location and head home or to the ballpark in that Toyota the same day. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Not an ideal start for the Mariners. Certainly not what anybody was hoping for. Took another misstep last night as they didn't hit. They only had 2 hits on the night. One of them, thankfully, was Cal's first home run of the season. Solo shot that gave them the lead early. But after that, there wasn't much, honestly. I mean, you just had the one other hit from Randy Arozarena. And unfortunately, he was also on the wrong side of what turned out to be the decisive double.
He delivers 3-2. Swung on line, drive left field. Randy racing back, reaches up. It's over his head. It's off the wall. Seager will score. Berger into second. And the Texas Rangers have a 1-run lead in the 6th. 2-1 Texas. Just out of the reach of Randy.
That's kind of the start through 11 games, just out of reach. You score a bunch of runs one game, they score a little bit more. You don't score many runs, they score just one more. It's a bottom line business. It's wins and losses. You pointed this out in your email last night. You're 4-7, but your scoring differential's +2. I mean, you should be 500 with that kind of scoring differential, but every one of these close games, you've not found a way to get it going in the offense and just the traction. The other day, you had a ton of traffic, right? You got a ton of walks, got a ton of people on, didn't put up many crooked numbers. And they're missing the long ball. I mean, that's just of everything, and we can point to different guys, but when you're just not getting any power, there's just no, it's like an explosive play in football. Like, you just need explosive plays. You need JSN bombs. You need them. And just not getting them right now, and certainly from the middle of the lineup.
No, they're not. And then, when you have like a defensive play that doesn't go the way you need it to, it stands out. Dan Wilson afterwards, happy with Logan, but...
another tough, low-scoring one tonight. Can't say enough about the job Logan did. I thought he pitched, extremely well for 6 innings. Again, quality start for us. I thought he was very aggressive, gave us what we had to, put us in the position to come back and win that game, and threw the ball well, and he turned it over to the bullpen that I thought did the same.
What did I say with Logan? A lot of changeups and splitters?
And splitters. Yeah, he was throwing both.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Rare. You don't see that often. That's rare for a pitcher to do both of those things, but seemed to be working for him. They're now 4-7. Game 2 in Texas tonight. George Kirby against Nathan Eovaldi.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, couple things to note here in the NFL, Brock. Myles Garrett, nowhere to be found at the start of Cleveland's workouts yesterday. He's been unhappy. They did make some changes to his contract a couple weeks ago that, in theory, could make it easier for them to trade him. Could Myles Garrett be on the move? If so, he should be here. Make it happen.
And, not in San Francisco or LA.
Right.
Right.
Be here.
Yeah.
There are very few players in the league that would be as worth it as Myles Garrett, right? I mean, he's just a perfect fit in every way.
And he feels like the kind of guy that would love this place.
Be like, oh, wait, I've been in Cleveland and now I'm in paradise?
Yes.
This is unbelievable. I feel like he would just love it. They also have $33 million in cap space, so maybe there's a way to make it happen. The other player who definitely wants out of his current situation is Giants D lineman Dexter Lawrence. He's only 28 years old, does have the nice history with Leonard Williams.
Mm-hmm.
It feels a little redundant to me with Byron Murphy.
Yeah.
Hard to imagine trading for Lawrence, signing him to a long-term deal, all while you have Byron Murphy.
Unless Leonard has told you, I got one more.
Okay, so even if that's the case,
yeah,
is there a fit with
he's
the defensive?
more of a nose tackle. He's your.
But isn't Byron Murphy also more of a nose tackle?
Yeah, but he can be more of a 3 technique.
So you could put
year.
Murphy into the Leonard Williams role?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, now he doesn't play outside as much.
That's kind of my point.
Yeah.
I see the two of them as being similar enough that it doesn't, I don't know.
Yep.
Maybe there's a way to make it work. Mike's a whole lot smarter than I am, certainly. But it feels a little redundant.
Yeah, and feels like, if you don't want to give up a first to move up for the best player in the draft, or you want to hold on to those picks in 27, which we've heard a ton about. Yeah.
I like Dexter Lawrence a lot. I'd love to have him on my team.
Yes.
I just don't know whether with Byron Murphy here, it's a move that the Seahawks should be considering.
You're on it.
Thanks. I'm on it. Yep, I am.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I was accused earlier of sulk-splaining to people. I said, it's because I'm smarter than you.
Oh, gosh. Now he's not on it more. That's what happens. I give him one compliment. I said that last week to you, too, right? I gave you a compliment, and I talked about your narcissism, and you're like, why do you got to talk about my narcissism?
Yeah, why do you have to talk about my narcissism?
Well, when you say things like that.
Oh. Is that why?
Yes.
Oh. Kraken shook up their lines last night, Brock. It was going to be great.
And?
Well, they scored first.
Yeah.
They're up 1-0. Then they gave up 3 straight. Then they scored again. It's 3-2. You're in the ball game. And then they gave up 3 straight. So they lose 6-2. They are...
It's not going the right way.
No, it's really not. Here's Lane Lambert asked about his penalty kill.
Things are going good for your penalty kill. I mean, what does that look like?
Well, not that. I thought it looks like more commitment. I thought we could have had at least tried to get a shot block on their first goal that went off the end wall. And, I mean, there's a bounce coming over top of the net. Like I said, just... We're not getting the breaks, but you make your own breaks, too.
Yeah, well, they're not making any breaks. They're broken, and they'll be in Minnesota tonight. Michigan, Brock, has won the Natty. Are we excited for the Michigan Wolverines? Here's how it sounded.
Ball knocked around.
Slung down the floor. Caravan trying to track it down, and he will. And it's over. Hail to the champions. Hail to Michigan. For the first time in 37 years, the Wolverines win the national title.
You know who's been the big winner? The Big Ten. They win the football national championship with Indiana. They win the basketball national championship, the men's, with Michigan. They win the women's national championship with UCLA, and they're first in the NCAA era. The Big Ten.
Yeah.
The SEC, where it just means more.
Not so much.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's
Not
weird.
so much.
Now that the money is like
evened out.
Now that the money's kind of spread
Now that they're not the
around.
only ones paying. Yeah.
Kind of weird.
You're telling me schools like Michigan have more money than schools like Ole Miss?
I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Weird. That is weird.
For a
That
lot of
is
years-
everything
for a
you
lot of
need to
years, they
know.
just kind of won everything.
Quarter past every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, that is weird. Hey, you can download the Seattle Sports app, Brock. Every game, all on one app, completely free. You can take it with you on the go, wherever you are, wherever you happen to be. Seattle Sports app. It travels with you. You can enjoy every pitch of Rick Rizz's final season all in one place. No cost. Yep, it's totally free. Easiest way to enjoy Seattle Mariners baseball. And did I mention, totally free. It is free. Free. Okay.
If it's free, it's for me.
Darn right. And super easy to download. You just if you have problems, you can text app. That's APP.
Yeah, you know me.
To 866-979-3776. All right, Mariners are 4-7. I will offer you 3 views on that, Brock. A pessimistic view, an optimistic view, and a realistic view. Next on Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over there. People Come First. PCF Construction Group. People Come First. Spring. Well, it is the perfect time to start planning your dream deck. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get that process started with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. What does that mean? Well, that means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. Most people who start with a design package end up with the outdoor space they've always dreamed of. And this offer is your first step. Don't wait until summer to wish you'd started. Get started sooner. Do what Molly and I did. Contact PCF Construction Group today. Get your project ideas, browse the amazing photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. Make this the year you take that unforgettable fishing trip to Queen Charlotte Lodge. Time is running out for summer bookings. Experience a luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, family, father, or son. King salmon runs, halibut, and lingcod are always plentiful. Book your stay at fishqcl.com and use code ESPN. Experience fishing first class. Experience fishqcl.com.
In October baseball, every pitch matters and every decision is magnified. In the postseason, teams don't rely on hope. They rely on preparation and experience. Divorce works much the same way, but the consequences of a bad call don't last a game, they last a lifetime. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, we provide the preparation and experience to protect your finances, your children, and your future. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
With Popeye's new $6 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $6 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, But trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
I'm Carolyn Osorio, the host of the Shadow Girls podcast, a deep dive into the Green River Killer investigation and the only known survivor.
He got both hands on my neck. I couldn't do nothing.
Rebecca did do something. It was her tip that proved pivotal in the arrest and conviction of Gary Ridgway. Join us on April 9th for a true crime event, the behind-the-scenes story of how an imperfect witness finally got her reward. Tickets available right now at nwcave.org.
Mariners and Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch at 5:05. Pregame at 4. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, the record. These are the facts, Brock. The Mariners are 4-7. Same record as they had 1 year ago, by the way. 11 games into last year, they were 4-7. They had the sweep in San Francisco and then came home and had a win. So at 4-7, they were trending up. This time it's 3 straight losses, but not the start anybody wanted, not the start any of the fans were hoping for. It does obviously bring up a lot of painful memories for people of poor starts and unmet expectations. I mean, like, I'm not mad at anybody who today is kind of, feeling it a little bit. It's not supposed to go this way this year. This team was built to be better than this. This team had more excitement around it, more expectation around it than any Mariner team in decades, maybe ever. And it wasn't supposed to come out of the gates with a lot of the same problems that we've seen in the past. Now, that doesn't mean these problems are going to continue. That doesn't mean I'm sitting here saying today, like, oh, my God, we're 11 games in. This thing is already a mess. Season's over. Blah. I'm not going there. But it's not supposed to go this way. This was not supposed to look like this.
Yeah, those words that we kind of uttered for some years and have had to rightfully utter, and they're correct. You just hoped you didn't have to hear. It's early. It's early.
Yep.
You hope that this April had a little bit more heat to it.
Yep.
You hope that it kind of did, start where you finished last year, but that's
well,
not
I think you're
any
hoping to
sport.
say it's early, but only to be like, hey, let's not get too carried away. Like, this is fun, but it's early. Like, that's what I was really hoping.
So great to be 9-2, win all these series, be 3 games up in the West.
I know,
catch us.
But it's a little early. Like, hey,
smell
give
you
it time.
later. Smell you later.
Give it time. So here are 3 views on what's happened and where it will lead. A pessimistic view, an optimistic view, and what I think is a realistic view. The pessimistic view is this team's overrated. They're just not that good. They rode an unrepeatable season from Cal Raleigh last year. 60 home runs is never going to happen again for a guy that had always hit 30 to 35 in the past. And if he used up some of those for last year, then maybe this year it's only 20 to 25, which would not be impossible. And without all of those big moments, that extra 35 home runs from Cal Raleigh, it's just not the same team, right? Polanco and some of his clutch moments, and the pitchers were great once again, and the bullpen, Bizzardo and some of those guys came to life, Vargas, and it's just not repeatable. And the clubhouse is somewhat fragile. It could splinter. You saw some evidence that was a possibility at the end of the WBC. I mean, the really pessimistic view, which you can get if you just read our overnight text messages, or as Lyle said, if you click on the comment section after the posting of a Mariner loss by @Mariners, like you can see all of this. You don't need that much help from me giving you the pessimistic view.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what it is, right? That this whole thing is sort of built on a house of cards, and at any point, especially if Cal just comes back to earth, you're one injury away at that point from like real disaster.
Yeah.
So that's the pessimistic view. I don't want to spend that much time on it, but you guys know what it looks like. Here's the optimistic view, Brock. This is the most optimistic view.
Well, just before you get to that,
Yes.
for just a second, if you just would help my left-handed middle child psychological brain.
Yeah.
If the overnight text toy
It's so great.
was a human, go ahead and put that thing together.
Nope.
No, not gonna go there.
Nope, they're gonna get in trouble. Just gonna get in trouble. Not good.
Okay, don't go there.
As the great Dana Carvey once said, pretending to be George H.W. Bush, Nagada. Nagada.
No.
Nagada.
Not gonna happen.
Not gonna do it.
All right.
Not gonna do it.
But it's very angry.
Nagada.
But it's very angry.
Nagada. No.
But it's very angry.
It's very angry. It's at times irrational, but it's fun. And we've been having a lot of. If you want to tune in
How
at
about
6,
after wins, is it irrational after wins too? Like
sometimes in the middle of the game, if it's not like they're not up 8-0, it's fairly all over the place. It's pretty funny. All right. The most optimistic view. 11 games means almost nothing. Starting pitching has been mostly healthy, and by the way, you'll get Bryce Miller back. It looks really good. If anything, the inclusion of Emerson Hancock into it really gives you a lot of options for the next few months.
I mean, outside of Luis Castillo's last start, they've been all quality starts.
Everyone.
Since Logan's opener, right?
Yep.
So out of 11 games, 9?
I think it's 9 of 11.
9 of 11.
That's amazing. Yeah. I mean, like and I think they're second or third in the league in ERA. Last night might have helped that. I mean, they continue to just throw quality start after quality start and give their team an opportunity to win every single night. And there's no reason to believe that that's not going to go away. They may not have that one totally dominant ace that every time, although Brian Wu looks pretty close, but they are every single night, you're in for it, and that the other team.
Yeah, if you're the opponent, right? If just
brutal.
like we looked at the Rangers, right, with Evaldi and DeGrom last night, like, oh gosh, if you're the opponent and the Mariners come in, or you come into Seattle, like, oh. It doesn't really matter, especially if Emerson.
Logan and then Kirby and then Wu. Oh, my gosh.
And even Castillo and this Hancock guy and with Bryce Miller. Like, you put your shoe on the other foot, and it is intimidating.
Lots of good teams have rough starts, including this one last year. As we said, this team ended up winning more than 90 games, but they were 4-7 to start the season, and rosters evolve over the course of a year. We've just seen this over and over and over again, and the fact that we have to have the conversation again, while I totally understand it, it's happening in front of our eyes. we should have some level of understanding that what happens in the first couple of weeks of a season does not necessarily indicate much. They're freaking out in Toronto today.
We should be calloused.
Well, we should be a little
calloused.
Or at least have some sense of history.
Yes.
Just a little memory of what happened all of a year ago.
Maybe you need that special someone in your life, like Molly is in my life, to remind me of that. Like, isn't this happen every year?
Right.
Like, isn't this just baseball and who they are? Just last night again.
You would think.
4-7, sweetie. 4-7. I know. This happens a lot, right?
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Does this happen in June, too, or July? Or don't they, lose? Isn't this just the way these journeys
Yeah, we don't seem to be learning from that. Lyle doesn't like history because it was a class in school, so he refuses to pay any attention to it.
No, Lyle liked history, right? Wasn't that the one subject you did enjoy?
No.
No, I would say no. Yeah, that's a no.
But yeah, people should really just calm down. I mean, don't freak out. It's only a few games in a year.
Lyle, you're pretty calm so far, I would say.
Sure.
11,
let's go with that.
11 games in. I haven't heard any crazy outbursts
You're
yet.
You're not in that category 1 pessimism spot, are you? No. You may not be all the way in category 2, full optimistic, this means nothing, but you're not in category 1.
No.
Okay. Nor should you be. Nor should anybody be. That one's a little over the top.
We'll just leave that for the text person.
Yes. There's enough of you out there.
Overnight text toy.
I think the overly optimistic might be a bit of a stretch also. But we have seen all this before. The most realistic, Brock, is what you pointed out earlier that I had put in my email. They might be 4-7, but they do have a +2 run differential. Mm-hmm. That does usually mean a team has had some bad luck or is making some bad decisions or, it should even out. And as soon as they start to hit, because as we've said, you've gotten almost nothing from Cal, Julio, or Naylor so far. Mm-hmm. Those numbers are going to continue to get better.
It should show you kind of what your floor and ceiling is. I think that I've learned that, at least in watching that scoring differential over a decade, right? It shows you those teams that have a really high scoring differential. Again, we'll go back to our football team, our champs, who set the all-time franchise record in scoring differential in football. Because, when they're at their ceiling, they blow people out. Mm-hmm. They blow their doors off. Right, when this offense is actually put together with its pitching, you beat Cleveland, what was it, that series finale, 8-0 or 8-1, whatever it was, right? That built up a bunch of that positive scoring differential. But that's their ceiling. And then their floor is, even when they're playing very poorly and they're not on the details and they're caught stealing, they're not super sharp defensively, and the middle lineup has a total power outage, guess what? Every game is still tight. Mm-hmm. They're all one score, basically losses all the way through.
Yep.
So do I see that one right? Floor and ceiling?
I think so. I think that the 1-run losses, and they've had too many of them already. Mm-hmm. I mean, to me, that's more of the conversation is, okay, if it's only 11 games in, but I think it's fair to look at it and say, okay, why are you struggling in these 1-run losses? Why are you?
Well, you're not giving yourself any margin. You're not hitting the explosive hits.
Why do you have a positive run differential, but a negative win percentage?
Yep.
Why is that?
Yeah, because you're not hitting any home runs, right? To put up crooked numbers, save for one game. You have one game where you put up a bunch of those, so that helps. And I don't see.
I'm going to go back to what I said earlier.
I don't see this as bullpen necessarily.
No, it's got to be execution, doing the little things, decision making. Mm-hmm. I mean, we got a bunch of text messages about the 7th inning last night. I'm not gonna get overly upset about these things this year. I'm not gonna go on rants on what the heck decision making was made with the bullpen or with the pinch hitting and all of that. I'm just gonna say the Mariners have kind of agreed to that trade. They love what Dan does to build the culture, to run the clubhouse,
empower the players,
empower the leadership, and all of the things he brought to the team last year, the loose environment. They have fully bought in to the things that Dan does very, very well.
Yep.
The fact that the ALCS ended the way it did and that there were no real changes made to the coaching staff shows you that they value the clubhouse stuff more than the strategery. And if that's the case, I'm not going to get that upset about it. I mean, they've made this bet. I don't think the decision making is great in games, and I think you saw another example of it last night where it sure felt as if the game was moving pretty fast, and you end up not getting Robles in the game quickly enough. Like, I'm not going to get into the details of it. We all saw it. You're going to see it again.
Yep.
You've seen it before. You're going to see it again. That's part of who they are. Last year, it didn't burn them too often until you got to the playoffs, and it really hurt. If it burns them this year, Brock, if they end up with a huge positive run differential but lose so many close games, yeah, it'll be part of the reason. But I'm not going to focus on it because they've chosen not to focus on it.
Well, and in 11 games, that has not been the overriding thing. In 11 games, those decisions, there was a bullpen decision early maybe. You stuck with Bizzardo. Should have gone, okay. Like, we can nitpick that with every manager.
I'm not going to nitpick it.
So, to me, even like the biggest critic of Dan through 11 games, I'd have a real hard time pointing to that these decisions and not the other overwhelming evidence of no power, no home runs, no hitting the middle of the lineup, hitting under 200 as a club, not getting people in from third. All the other evidence there that, to me, through 11 games.
Yeah, I think Cal said it right. You got to do the little things.
Yeah.
And you got to do the big things because you got to hit home runs. You got to do all of those things that make a lineup work. And right now they're not doing it. So it is hard to judge because they're not doing a lot of the things they will probably do down the road. So kind of where I'm at. A lot of text messages. Let's see. A plus run differential with your three best hitters. Not being awful is a good sign, or not being good is a good sign. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Like, I'm probably much more on the optimistic to realistic side than I am on the pessimistic. This says 2 games out with 151 to play. Drama Salk is in full swing. Very on brand. Was that a drama segment? Lyle, was I just creating drama there?
Sure.
Was that a super negative, hey, there's big drama brewing type of thing? Like, yeah, I don't know. That's probably not the direction I'm going to go with that. Okay, but appreciate it. Thank you for texting. Thank you for listening, and we'll give you some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
What are you laughing at?
You know what I like? I like acronyms.
Do you?
I really do.
Because we don't have enough of them out there?
Yes. So the HTT crowd, here's the thing, that leave your incredible work for us every Thursday.
Yeah.
I would really maybe like you to try to present the overnight text toy.
I have been. I've been doing it every morning at 6.
You've been just reading them.
Yeah.
I know, but I'd like a little...
You'd like to be there for it, is what you're saying.
I'd like a little...
You'd like to be a part of that. You're welcome to be.
I would like a little further theater.
Yeah,
theater of the mind.
How do you know whether there's theater of the mind or not?
To manifest a little bit more.
How do you know whether it's there or not?
Do you hear me, Zane, over there in Kalispell? Just your creative juices. Just let it out. Just go to work.
Don't you tell people what to do for a segment you're not around for?
I'm around for here's the thing.
No, you're not, but you're not around for that.
I'm around for here's the thing.
Don't tell the overnight texters what to do unless you plan to show up here at 6 in the morning to deal with them. Jeez Louise. Brock, Todd McShay offered some analysis of Jonah Coleman, Husky running back. Is this kind of what you've been hearing?
Not necessarily, but right. I love the traction it gained yesterday.
Here's Todd McShay.
The guy that everyone's sleeping on at this point. And it was like a hot name early, and no one. I look at Jonah Coleman, and I watch his run style after I watch all the running backs, right? I came back and I watched him. He's a bowling ball. He's got these light feet. He always runs with pad level. He wears you down. He brings this energy to an offense. I think in a running back class, it's not like a year ago where we had 26 guys go, 6 in the first 3 rounds, 20 on day 3. I think he'll probably fall to the 4th round, and I think a team's going to get a starter.
Now, I don't mind that. So the way it kind of sounded, early and through all of that is like, oh, you're going to get a start. Oh, you're going to take him. No, I don't think so. I think some of the measurables as far as sustainability, some of the home run hitting ability, Salk, I think he can hit a ton of doubles. He can be a double guy in the NFL, but can he hit a triple or home run? No. just speed-wise. That's why he didn't run a 40.
Right.
That's why he didn't run at the Combine. That's why he didn't run his pro day.
He's not a fit here at all, right?
I don't think with George Halani and the rest of your room.
It just doesn't. And the guy they brought in from
the big back, Eugene. No,
he's just not a fit. Like they need an explosive guy. That's not who he is.
Correct.
All right. Well, I'm not worried about that. Question number 2. It's not gonna work here anyway. Sorry, Jeremiah Love, Brock. You're the only one talking about this, but that's okay.
I think it's worth talking about for this reason. I really do. And I tried to present this case, and I saw your video, and you shut it down.
Did you see any of the responses to my video?
No.
No one is talking about this, Salk. Oh. Why are you creating a straw man?
Okay. Well, here's the straw.
And I was like, well,
ladies
it's
and gentlemen,
it's just Brock. He's not made of straw.
Here's the straw man. No, a little more of the Tin Man. Or maybe more of the Lion. I don't know.
You're not cowardly.
Judge for yourself, the three of them. No, I don't think
Scarecrow, maybe.
Yeah, probably the
if
Scarecrow.
I only had a brain.
Whoa.
Da-da-da-da-da. Well, that's the Scarecrow.
Okay. Heart? Is it the heart? Do I need the oil? No? Yeah, I guess I would be probably the Scarecrow of those three. Anyhow, play the sound of this, and I'll try to give you the argument.
Yeah, so this is Pete Sampson, who covers Notre Dame. He was on with Bump and Stacy yesterday and said this about Jeremiah Love.
I've been covering Notre Dame for 25 years. He's the best running back I've ever seen. Reggie Bush would be the only guy I'd put him in the same group with him. So he is rare. He is a really rare athlete. I think you're probably safe with the Rams not taking him. You know, they got to deal with Kyron Williams, another Notre Dame guy going right now. So Cardinals, maybe. Titans, maybe. But I think Love's going to be one of those rare backs who goes top 10, top 5. You know, you don't see that a whole lot. And unlike Ashton Jeanty, who went to the Raiders, who you guys have seen, like, there is a lot of tread left on the tire with Love. You know, he didn't get 300 touches in college in his last year here. So I would be shocked if Jeremiah Love wasn't a hit in the pros.
Okay, I'm gonna give you 3 reasons why I may be the only one talking about this, and you guys can all go ahead and shoot me down, not Salky when he does a video. Okay, I'll give you 3 reasons. Number 1, he's the best player in this draft. That's from a few different people now. Like Daniel has him, DJ number 2, but he's right there. Other people in the NFL I've talked to said this is the best player in this entire draft. So you want to talk about blue chip or purple chip or the brightest chip? That's it. And again, I'm not saying for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're not giving up multiple picks, and you're giving up this year's first rounder and next year's first rounder, which you hope is 32 again to get the best player in the draft. That's number 1. Number 2, remember where your OC came from. Where did he just spend a lot of time? With a guy named Christian McCaffrey. When Daniel Jeremiah says, yeah, he may not be Saquon, but he's Bijan Robinson. He's Christian McCaffrey. He's that. You want to give a young first-time coordinator an advantage? Give him that. If I were to tell you, and again, manifest itself, kind of like the overnight text toy, manifest and say, Salk, Jeremiah Love is a cross between Bijan Robinson and Christian McCaffrey. And you just have to give up next year's 31st or 32nd pick. You're not doing that? For 5 years of cost control, when you're paying receivers this, and all of a sudden now I don't have to pay my running back for 5 years, and he's that? I don't know, man. And again, more than anything, I just come back to this is the talent. What's John Schneider always say? Salt, talent. Can't let talent leave. Talent's rare, man. When you get a rare talent and you get this guy, and this was not hyperbole, this guy's view. It's him and Reggie Bush.
I mean,
25
it's his
years.
view as a Notre Dame guy.
He's watched a lot of running backs. He's seen a lot of players through his years. That's his. And by the way, his measurables.
My answer still no.
Still no.
My answer still no. I'm not investing that much into skill position guys. And secondly, it's great to make the comps to Christian McCaffrey and Bijan Robinson. That's cool. But this guy hasn't run one down yet in the NFL. Like, at least when the Niners traded for Christian McCaffrey, they knew what he could do. They'd seen him in the NFL. There's too much evidence, too many times we've seen this not work. Not spending that many resources outside the line.
I feel like I'm on Shark Tank and I just get pissed off.
For those reasons, I'm out. Number 3. All right, so I said to you yesterday, Brock, in 5 years, the Kraken have had very few people that have exceeded their expectation level. I think I said Jared McCann, Ellie Tolvanen, and Joey DeCord. Probably about it. How many of the Seahawks?
Yeah, I went through this on the
just in the last few years.
Yeah, I went through this. Gray Zabel.
Exceeded expectations?
He was like the best guard in the NFL. He was the 18th pick.
I felt like he was exactly what I expected. But okay, I'm not.
Started every game, played nearly every snap. Jalen Sundell.
Sure.
Abe Lucas coming back from a history or injury that was supposed to be chronic and end him. Josh Jones in his starts. A.J. Barner. I don't know. Sam Darnold with the confetti test in his orange hair.
Absolutely.
JSN. Player of the Year. K9. Just with his run at the end.
I'd say the answer to that one is no. He did not exceed his expectations.
Leonard Williams.
Yes.
Byron Murphy.
Yes.
DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yes.
Drake Thomas.
Yes.
Josh Jobe.
Yes.
Ty Okada.
Yes.
Kobe Bryant.
Yes.
Nikki Manwari.
Yes.
I mean, it's just unbelievable.
You just started on the wrong one. If you hadn't started on Gray Zabel, that was a tremendous list.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's really
even
incredible.
trying to rank the top 5.
And that's how you do it, right? I mean, that's how you win Super Bowls.
That's exactly right.
All right. That is today's version of Blue 88.
Shanna.
Sorry.
Shanna staying healthy.
This text has just really, really made me laugh.
You got a good one?
This one really got me. Isn't a scarecrow like literally a straw man? Yes. As a matter of fact, it is. You're absolutely right. A scarecrow is quite literally a straw man. All right. Brock, there's a new villain. You probably had never really heard of him until maybe yesterday, unless you had a really good memory. But now he seems to be making a case for himself as public enemy number 1. Well, or 2 or 5. I don't know. We'll see. But it's next on Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play!
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Well, springtime is all about getting ready for summer, right? But do you got a room, maybe a place in your garage sitting empty, and you've dreamt of making it your home gym? Because you've heard me, Brock Hewitt, talk about nothing better than your own home gym. Not slogging to and from the gym and traffic and weather, not waiting for any machines. Nope, right in your own place. Well, you can allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. Give me room dimensions, and they'll do the rest. A complete fitness room design. No secret why everybody from personal trainers to pro athletes love their stuff. They represent the best brands in fitness like Precor, Inspire, along with many others. They also have everything from flooring to weights that go in that home gym. And right now, you're going to get spring special financing, 0% interest for 12 months. Plus, mention me, and you're going to receive a $150 credit towards any purchase over $1,000. Spring is in the air. So get to Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
This baseball season, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have you covered with every play. With their lineup of Tundras, Tacomas, and the all-electric BZ lineup. Versatile, powerful, and innovative. All built to elevate your drive. Take a test drive at either location and head home or to the ballpark in that Toyota the same day. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Ready for family fun and fitness year-round in your own backyard? During our Sweet Spring Savings event, we're adding Endless Pools factory discounts with our already incredible savings. That means you can enjoy up to $16,500 off your dream swim spa. Don't wait. These amazing savings end April 14th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we perform an 18-point maintenance check with every oil change to help make sure you're good to go.
And?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Huh. Wonder why the dealership isn't that easy.
Well, we'd let you know if we found something in our check.
Oh, great. That was easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Quick, thorough, and honest, come with no charge.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
DayandNight.net.
This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net. Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber, the Door Store. One of our most popular services is our match-up service, where we use your old door as a template to create a new door in your existing frame. Whether you need an interior or exterior door, this is a great way to change out your doors DIY style. And as long as we have what you need in stock, we currently have available space without a long wait for our same-day match-up service. Please visit us in Shoreline, where there's plenty of good parking. Also, check us out online at franklumber.com.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community. Not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington, call Davis Law Group today.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Mark is sorry about just Mike
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
So I played golf yesterday again with Ray.
Big Ray.
Big Ray. What's up, Big Ray? Nice guy. He's the guy who bid on the Holiday Magic.
Is he the one that had the
rounds.
driver that you don't have to swing? That just...
No. That's a different guy. That's Dan. No, this is Ray. And Ray played well. Much better yesterday. We played Coal Creek. Not an easy course over at Newcastle. But he was there with his friend Randy, and then Randy's wife Bobby came along. And Bobby didn't play. She probably could have, but she didn't bring her shoes and anything like that. So she wasn't, but she was riding with us. And we were talking golf. And at some point, she gave a statement that I never thought I would hear. She hates Dottie Pepper.
What?
I know. It was a mind-boggling statement. Anybody who doesn't watch golf has no idea what I'm talking about right now.
Dottie Pepper.
Who hates Dottie Pepper?
How's that possible?
Right? She's like, oh, she's so
I thought
arrogant.
you were talking about like a nursery rhyme character.
No. Dottie Pepper is she walks the course with whatever feature group
like
there
a
is.
Satellite backpack dish thing.
She offers like, okay, this green is going to be a little left to right. I've been watching people miss this putt all day. So, like that's her job. And this woman, Bobby's like, Dottie Pepper? Can't stand her. So arrogant. What? I was like, really? She's like, every single shot. She's like, I would have made it. I'm like, really? I've never heard her say anything like that. So I spent the rest of the day trying to imitate her version of Dottie Pepper, being like, cross-handed grip would have worked. I don't know what you're doing. Like, it was so strange. Who hates Dottie Pepper? There's so many people out there.
I guess Bobby does.
Apparently.
Yes.
So shout out to Bobby. She hates Dottie Pepper. It's probably only because she doesn't know who Ty Buttrey is. If she knew Ty Buttrey...
Is this guy still going?
I don't think he's not still pitching, right? He's out of baseball. Okay. So Ty Buttrey, You probably don't know the name, so allow me to reintroduce Ty Buttrey, former Mariner, to you. He was a reliever, right, Lyle?
He was.
For mostly the Angels?
Yeah.
But he pitched here when?
24. I mean, he was never in the big leagues, but Tacoma, spring training.
Maybe that's why you don't remember him all that well.
Maybe that's why he's got a little axe to grind.
Never
with his
made
old
it to the big
organization.
leagues.
Uh-huh.
Ty
and
Buttrey.
you got a name like Buttrey.
Well, he was a big leaguer with the Angels.
He was, and actually had one pretty good year in 2019. So it's been a little while. It kind of went south for him in 2020, and then that was it. There was just 3 years in the big leagues for old Tyler Buttrey.
Okay.
Ty Buttrey.
Uh-huh.
Well, after the Mariners threw up and into Trout, I read you some of the comments yesterday that Buttrey had about how the Mariners were, didn't know what they were doing, and it was, if you're going to throw inside, you better learn how to do it, this and that. Anyway, yesterday he doubled down.
Jeez,
yeah, apparently some people got after him.
Should we get this guy on the show? Is he doing media stuff now?
It seems like that's what he's trying to do.
Well,
Here's Ty Buttrey.
Let's break this down for the angry Seattle fans out there that don't understand the difference between intentionally pitching up and in and having poor command as an established big leaguer, and then what I did 7 years ago where I brushed a guy off the plate whose front shoulder's leaning in, his elbow's leaning in. It's a completely different situation. Trout's a very upright guy when he hits. Okay, so you have to really miss bad if you're going to almost headshot a guy and then almost break the guy's hand, right? And this has happened throughout the series. We all know that Trout struggles with fastballs at the top of the zone. But Seattle, what I'm saying is be better, okay? You're an established big leaguer. You guys have established big leaguers. Many big leaguers all the time throw up and in and don't ever get close to breaking dudes' hands or headshotting people, okay? So, yeah, be better. For the angry Seattle fans, you don't know baseball, so stop talking, please, okay? Good. See you later.
Wow. What do we make of new public enemy number one, Ty Buttrey?
He's playing one of my cards. I mean, that's one of my cards I like to play. Be better.
Yeah.
Be better.
Yeah, you do like that.
Yeah, when Titus gets smack talked or people like my daughters through the years, I'm like, it's very simple. When he's being a little punk, you don't need to go down to their level. Trust me, just say to them, be better. When I pancaked that Rogers Ram DN Salk in 1993, 12 different times over the pile when we ran 28 option, was I smack talking? You sucked at it? No. I just said, be better. So he's playing one of my cards.
Yeah.
I can't hate that.
No. I mean, you could.
But it's kind of pompous for a guy with a 3-year MLB
pretty
career.
Rich. It is pretty rich.
How many years?
I mean, that's 3 years longer than my MLB career, and I like to say things like that. So I'm not hating on him for the knowledge aspect of it.
Well, when I was in the big leagues.
All right, so let me ask a question. Does he have a point?
So Brian Wu was the one that threw up and in, right?
Yep.
So is he saying Brian Wu is not a pro? He's not good at his job?
He was the first one to throw up and in. Casey Lagamina also threw up and in and hit him.
Okay. So Casey Lagamina's you, dude.
Wu also hit him, right? They both hit him.
I mean, he's you, right? Lagamina is basically this guy right now at this stage of his career.
This guy and Casey Lagamina are essentially the same person.
Yeah, so what are you doing?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I do appreciate the idea.
I appreciate the stones.
I appreciate the idea. If you are going to throw up and in, you better be good at it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't miss. He's right about that. I'm not going to argue. He's right about that.
That's today's baseball.
Yes.
That's this century's baseball.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's not the baseball
way the game
we
is
grew
played
up
now.
watching, Salk.
Well, yeah, but that's the way the game is played now. If you're going to throw up and in, don't miss.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that because the two things hitters are concerned with are their hands, wrists, fingers, and their head,
their face.
Understandably, right? I mean, no one blames them for that.
Yep.
Hands, wrists, and fingers take you out for a really long time, and obviously nobody wants to get hit in the head or face.
Yep.
So I totally understand that element of, hey, you guys are throwing 100 miles an hour. If you're going to come up and in, you better be able to control and command that. I think he's right about that.
Yep.
And if you don't, then you can't be too upset when you get hit back. That's the way this game should be played.
Did anybody have any issue with them throwing to Julio?
No,
none.
Julio gave a little stare down, but it's not like he came sprinting out or anything. Yeah, all right, you came up and in on Trout. You're gonna come, throw behind Julio. Okay, good for you. Send the message.
That's right.
I wasn't upset about it.
Nope.
But then they hit Trout again, and again, I think he doesn't believe that they did it on purpose. Just hey, if you're gonna come up and in, get it right. But with Trout, I think it is a little different. He does need to be pitched up and in.
Yes.
And not everyone can do that. So what is Casey Legumina supposed to do? I'm Casey Legumina. I'm a fringe big leaguer, okay? Just like Ty Buttrey was.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to pitch to Mike Trout in a big spot. What should I do?
Am I going to miss a little, or am I going to miss a lot?
Well, just like,
if
what
I'm
should I
going to
do?
go up and in, right? I can't miss by a little and risk him putting a barrel to it and doing damage. I'm going to not be in Mike Salk's gray area around the strike zone.
Go
I'm not
up and
be.
in. If I'm pitching up and in, I'm pitching up and in. Like, well, I can't stay away from that just because I don't have the world's greatest command. So what, you want me to pitch low and just give him a home run?
Mm-hmm.
Mike Trout did not have a hit in the series, right? Didn't he go 0 for 6 in the series or 1 for 8 or something like that? All right, one hit in the series. Okay, then they did their job. And if it meant that, unfortunately, he got hit a couple times, so be it.
More than anything, you know what I'm really thankful for?
Ty Buttrey?
Well, kind of. I'm really thankful that Dottie Pepper was not the payoff of your tease.
No.
I didn't have 9 minutes on Dottie Pepper.
Nobody does.
I got a lot
except
more
for Bobby. Bobby's really mad about Dottie Pepper. Isn't that amazing?
I can't stand Vern Lundquist.
That's what I was like. Who else do you hate?
Pompous.
Who else do you hate? Jim Nantz?
Rick Riz. What an arrogant guy. I can't stand
Dottie Pepper. And I was like, oh, Dottie's so great. She walks the course before every tournament with her dogs. And she's like, oh, yeah, typical. Thinks that the rules don't apply to her. I was like, oh, my God. This woman hates Dottie Pepper. Honestly, Brock, of all the people, did you ever in a million years,
and I'm really thankful
imagine
for this
that I would
guy.
come on this show and tell you that I met somebody who hates Dottie Pepper?
No.
It is so weird. I was looking to see if we even
Dr. Pepper? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Dottie Pepper?
Come on.
We don't even have any Dottie Pepper in our system.
Nothing.
I was curious if we had any Dottie Pepper.
Nope.
We don't. We've got Red Hot Chili Peppers, Julius Peppers, Ghost Pepper.
Oh, you rank those?
We have Fungo
Don't
Pepper.
start ranking.
Remember Fungo Pepper music?
Oh, yes.
Little Fungo Pepper. Yeah. But no Dottie Pepper, unfortunately.
I bet you hit some good fungo. Oh, were you a good fungo guy?
I don't think I hit a lot of it, to be honest. You don't really do it as a player. That's a coach thing.
Sorry. Here.
We're exactly 2 weeks away from the NFL draft, and Jabril Pepper's name continues to intrigue me more than anybody else in this draft.
That was 4/12/2017, 2 weeks before the draft. What are we today, Brock? 2 weeks and 2 days before the NFL draft, and Brock will have his first draft profile coming up in less than an hour at 9 o'clock. We'll be right back with everything you need to know. It's Brock and Salk, CL Sports on 710.
4 Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who would you entertain if you can get him for cheap as a Seahawk?
So this dude's been in the league 15 years. He's a big personality. I take a look at Cam Jordan. He had 10.5 sacks last year. If he's still around after this draft is over with, go ahead and take a look at Cam, especially if you're not sure about what's going to happen at your end spots.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here. Are you considering GLP-1 injections for weight loss? Because if you are, you got to ask some questions first, right? Are you getting ready to spend $3,000 to $5,000 every year and then stay on that medication to maintain the results? A lot of these prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots. The medication is stopped. Well, then the weight regain is pretty common. Most people don't realize research shows a significant portion of the weight loss can actually come from muscle, which may slow your metabolism and may make keeping the weight off even harder. At Eastside Weight Loss, they'll take a totally different approach. It's a doctor-developed program that helps men and women lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. Instead, use real food that you buy at the grocery store to reset your metabolism naturally, control hunger and cravings, and help your body burn fat, not muscle. Come to the clinic in Kirkland, or you can do the program from anywhere you live. They've got great remote options. Schedule that free phone consult right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Safe, affordable alternative to weight loss injections. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world faced off at Cooper Tire's PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome April 24th and 25th. Ready to be cowboy? Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Digging in my yard, trying to lay a pipe. I hit a water line and now I have to pay a big fine. I should have called 811.
Got a Tesla, EV, or hybrid that needs repairs or maintenance? Take it to the experts at A&M Auto Repair in Bellevue, the new dealer alternative for your EV or hybrid. Visit A&M Auto Repair at myevpros.com or call 425-96-EV-FIX.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Mariners and Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch at 5:05. Pregame at 4. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
This baseball season, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have you covered with every play. With their lineup of Tundras, Tacomas, and the all-electric BZ lineup. Versatile, powerful, and innovative. All built to elevate your drive. Take a test drive at either location and head home or to the ballpark in that Toyota the same day. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, it's been a rough go for the Mariners to start this season. 11 games in, they're 4-7. And it's this I wish it was a different issue. I wish instead of it being, hey, the Pats just aren't hot again to start the year, it was something else. Like, hey, they're scoring 8 runs a game, but for whatever reason, the pitching staff hasn't come together. Like, at least it would be a new conversation. Instead, we're having the same thing we've been talking about for what feels like forever. Logan Gilbert, though, he pitched pretty well, 6 innings, 2 runs. He believes the bats will come around.
Yeah, it's such a long year, and you look at the names and the talent we have, like over 162 games. Things always even out to what we're capable of, so there's nothing to worry about. I think we're going to hit our stride, and we saw in the second half, like the offense was probably carrying us last year at the end and in the playoffs, so I feel really good about where we're at, and as a team, I don't think there's a weakness.
And you made this point yesterday, so you've kind of been on a heater the last couple days. Like, you've been on it. I don't know what it is. Is it rest? Is it sleep? What is it?
Just locked in. Just feeling focused.
You're locked in. You're
just
hot.
locked in, yeah.
And you made this point to
I
Angie.
think I'm always on point.
Not always. And when Angie was like, well, you look up and Julio's going to be 30-30. And you're like, yeah. You know what I want him to be? 40-40.
Right.
Yeah, you look up and the Mariners are going to find a way. They're going to dig themselves out. They're going to go on a winning streak. They're going to win 90 games. Well, what if I want him to win 100?
Yeah,
and I want him to be the number one seed.
Yeah, I think that's well said. I agree with you because I agree with me. I think it's an old line from this show.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not panicked over the start. I don't think it means
What if I'd like him to not have to have a win 17 out of 18
right.
and dig out of a hole? What if I'd like them to win 100 games?
I'd like to see a dominant team. I'd like to see one that totally, and we're not seeing that right now. It doesn't mean they're not going to make the playoffs. Doesn't mean the season is over. Doesn't mean they can't be that.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to see 40-40 Julio, not 30-30. I want to see 100-win Mariners, not 90. Yep. I want to see some real dominance. And unfortunately, this is not a start that tends to lead to any of that. So hopefully they can get that going. They lose last night. Tonight, George Kirby against Nathan Eovaldi. Brendan Donovan back in the lineup. That was good news. Bad news, he went 0 for 4. Good news, he made a really good play at third base. So, Brendan Donovan back in there and should be again tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, so this is probably nothing, but I think it's something you should at least know, and I'm going to keep my eye on it and hope that it's a little bit more than nothing, and that's this fact that Myles Garrett did not show up at Browns OTA yesterday.
And Dexter Lawrence is not going to as well.
I'm more interested in the moment at Myles Garrett. What he would mean to this team would be just spectacular.
So you giving up 2 firsts for him?
Yeah.
This year's and next year's?
Yeah.
Okay.
Without and more, if I have to.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, position he plays.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute, decided knowledge, track record that he's going to be great.
Mm-hmm.
Fit in Mike McDonald's scheme and system. My perception of what his reaction would be to leaving Cleveland and coming to this organization, playing with these characters on this team for this coach in this city with that facility. I mean, I just think it would be a home run in so many ways if there's a way to get him out. And now you have a lot of competition for it, and the Browns certainly wouldn't give him away. But the fact that it continues to bubble and he continues to be unhappy there.
Yeah.
I'll
just say this.
I'm hoping against hope, man.
Out of the NFC. And keep him out of San Francisco and LA.
I mean, he's a gamer. He might be the best player in football.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you could probably make a case that he right now is the best player in football. And of course I would want him on the team. Yes, I also like Dexter Lawrence, who was unhappy in New York and would like to be traded. Maybe he will, maybe not.
That one doesn't. It
just doesn't work for me as well. I just think it's
you kind of look at this in a baseball kind of way. Myles Garrett could hit second, third, fourth, fifth, whatever. Doesn't matter. He's that talented. Dexter Lawrence is like a nose tackle, and he is a game-changing, man-eating, disrupting, does all of those things. But I'd rather have Byron Murphy. And I'm going to pay Byron in 2 years.
Right.
What this guy's making now
and
at
Byron
30.
Murphy is 6 years, 7 years younger than he is. You have that already. So as much as you're right, I do love Dexter Lawrence, and I do still think that they might need a replacement eventually for Leonard Williams. I don't think Dexter Lawrence is that guy, so I'm probably not going to beat down that door.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I really am mad about the way this whole Kraken season is coming to an end. We talked a lot about it yesterday, thought a little bit more about it last night. I don't know if you saw, the Devils cleaned house yesterday.
Yeah.
They're like, everybody's out. Coach, front office, everybody, see you later. You can't do this. Vegas kind of did the same thing. Or just a couple days ago, Patrick Waugh just got fired with the Islanders. Like, people don't wait in hockey. They just move on. Do something else.
Why is that?
I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. I don't know the answer.
I mean, my gut says, and just listening to you in these hockey conversations over the years, how much like connectiveness, emotion, passion can offset. Yet I also hear you say so clearly, like, this is just a talent issue. Like, there's just not elite Myles Garrett's on this team or JSN's on this team.
Well, and to be honest, I mean, we're sitting here saying, okay, well, they've had 3 coaches in, 3 years. But who were they?
Dave Hackstall.
Right. I mean, exactly. Like, they didn't go out and get the creme de la creme. They went out and got guys.
Tortellini.
Torts. That's who Vegas just hired. Torts is in Vegas
Is it now?
Yeah, John Tortello.
Oh, my gosh, those guys.
I mean, but, like, they didn't go get Lindy Ruff. They went and got guys that, didn't have much of a track record. And so it is a little bit of a different situation. I don't know what they're going to do, but I think that they are right now running the risk of a fan base that is teetering a little bit and not winning, not drafting particularly well, not bringing in players that exceed expectations or make you excited, and not getting what they need out of the coaching spot.
Which
all
again,
3 things.
I think is hard because so much of the rest of the stuff off the ice.
No, it's perfect.
It's so good.
It's perfect.
The facility, the facilities, the building what you're doing in the it's so good.
Yep.
And just the goal scoring and playmaking is not.
Yep. All right, that's everything you need to know.
Well, Michigan won. The Big Ten is
Michigan
dominant.
won.
Michigan, UCLA, Indiana. It's such a striking contrast. And it's not just because my daughters are basketball players and my wife was a basketball player and I have a love for women's basketball that I was crying. Big tears Sunday listening to Coach Close at UCLA, listening to Lauren Betts, Haley's old AAU teammate, the 6'7", #1 pick in the WNBA draft. It was that those gals, Salk, largely had all played together for years and years and years. Kiki Rice for 4 years, Lauren for 3 years, a bunch of seniors. They're all seniors. Now they got a couple transfers, Neepkins from Utah and everything else. And then last night I watched Michigan. You know what they were? 5 paid mercenaries.
Right.
From 5 different schools.
But they won.
They did. But there's no like connective.
But they won.
I totally get it. And that is a model of doing it. And that is their way of doing it. But it is a difference between some of men's basketball and women's basketball right now at that level. You can still do it that way. South Carolina, all homegrown. UConn, all homegrown. UCLA, all homegrown. Men's basketball, mercenaries. Total and complete mercenaries. And, does that affect your emotion and your connection to it and passion to it? Again, I'm probably super biased, so I shouldn't maybe answer that.
Yep.
But I think for a lot of the fans, and I was listening to a lot of national folks talk about this.
I heard Adam Schefter this morning. He seemed pretty happy.
Oh, he did. And our boy Portnoy, who we had sandwiches with,
I don't know how many emotions Adam Schefter has to begin with, so maybe he was the perfect person to be happy about it.
No, Richie's happy too.
Yeah.
No, I get it. And I'd be celebrating if UW got the 5 best mercenaries and won the whole thing. Sure, I would.
What I hear there may be a women's mercenary coming to UW.
Hey, keep that quiet.
Is that okay? I'm just saying, you never know. You can get mercenaries anywhere, Brock. You never know where mercenaries might come. All right.
What is Passan doing?
Guys, I have bad news for you.
What is he doing?
We've been bumped. Jeff Passan double booked us.
What?
And now can't join us.
Oh my!
And did not give us a lot of notice.
Is this because of their 4-7 start?
Yes.
Is he
Who are we
ducking
being
us?
bumped for?
I don't know that I can. Cal Raleigh.
Oh, well, that's fair.
Is it? Guy's got 1 home run.
Oh my God.
I mean, combined, I guess we have 0 home runs, but he only has 1 home run.
Like, is he in Texas talking to Cal?
I don't want to go down.
Okay,
I don't want to give away too much info.
All right.
But it does sound as if we've been bumped for Cal Raleigh. Now, Jeff might join us at 9:30. We'll see. We're playing it a little fast and loose.
Okay.
He might join us tomorrow. He might never join us again if we're that angry over being bumped for Cal Raleigh. But regardless, we have a new plan, which I will reveal to you next as soon as we figure it out. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who would you entertain if you can get him for cheap as a Seahawk?
So this dude's been in the league 15 years. He's a big personality. I take a look at Cam Jordan. He had 10.5 sacks last year. If he's still around after this draft is over with, go ahead and take a look at Cam, especially if you're not sure about what's going to happen at your end spots.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, you're 62 or older. You got a ton of equity in your home, and you want to pull some cash out, but you don't really want to go through a refinance or HELOC because it means a bigger payment, and the cost of selling your home and all the details is just insane. Well, what should you do? Brock Salk here for Tila Mortgage. I don't think you need to live at a lower standard than you deserve. I think you got 3 different play calls. Number 1, you can go sell your home. Number 2, you can get that HELOC or refinance. Or number 3, you can dig into a reverse mortgage. Tila's done the analysis. They believe that a reverse mortgage is the most cost-effective way for seniors to get cash out of their home without ever selling and then having the option of no monthly mortgage payment. Too good to be true? I don't think so. Give him a call today. Give Bill and his team a call. And then go compare. Tila, spelled Tila, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. And they're ready for your call this morning. 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888. Tila Mortgage, insurance, property taxes are borrower's responsibility. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. MLS 247-2046.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Worried about tariffs, imports, hidden fees on your trees? Relax. At Big Trees, the only thing growing faster than our trees is your relief, because trees don't come with tariffs. What you will find is a massive nursery open to the public with hundreds of locally grown trees ready for planting. Come visit our nursery today or online at bigtreesupply.com. That's bigtreesupply.com.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
The best path at that point was to stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier.
The LJ Way.
Hi, Sarah here with Safeway. We're proud to partner with Champions of Change co-founder Doug Baldwin to help nourish Washington students through the Nourishing Champions program.
Thanks, Sarah. And here's the reality. Every day, students across our state are staying after school for extracurriculars on empty stomachs, and some of them don't know where their next meal will come from. Food insecurity is reaching crisis levels, and the impact on our youth will extend far beyond this moment. The good news is that there's an answer in the federally funded after-school meals programs. But right now, Washington schools' participation is very low, reaching only 2% of the students who qualify.
That's where Nourishing Champions comes in. We're offering grants that not only fund food, but also resource and training support for the schools to offer an after-school meal program for years to come.
Our goal is to reach 10,000 more students in the first year of these grants and then grow from there. School staff can learn more and apply today at championsofchangefoundation.org and navigating to the Nourishing Champions tab. That's championsofchangefoundation.org and click on the Nourishing Champions tab.
I'm Carolyn Osorio, the host of the Shadow Girls podcast, a deep dive into the Green River Killer investigation and the only known survivor.
He got both hands on my neck. I couldn't do nothing.
Rebecca did do something. It was her tip that proved pivotal in the arrest and conviction of Gary Ridgway. Join us on April 9th for a true crime event, the behind-the-scenes story of how an imperfect witness finally got her reward. Tickets available right now at nwcave.org.
Mariners and Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch at 5:05. Pregame at 4. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Jeff Passan either going to join us at 9:30 today or he will join us tomorrow. We're kind of working through some of the details on that. Unfortunately, he had to cancel on us because he had double booked, so it's okay. We'll figure something out.
Well, at least he double booked with Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, if you're going to book it.
Not like Aaron Judge or somebody else.
There, might as well be with Cal Raleigh. Yes, that's a good point. All right, so Brock, it was 17 years ago yesterday that we launched this radio station. And I am actually glad because we didn't get a chance to talk about it yesterday. Usually I try to take a moment or two, both on July 10th, 710 Day, and also on April 6th, which is the anniversary of the launch of this radio station, to just spend a couple of minutes talking through it, giving people the history. Not everybody remembers sort of what it was like and how this thing began and what the conditions were. We get a lot of new listeners all the time and people who don't know about some of the various drops that are in our open or the way we close the show or anything like that. So I'll just take people back. The year is 2008. You can go in the Wayback Machines. Right, go back to 2008. We were younger.
2 years after our guests who are in today with us. Just 2 years after they graduated from Puyallup High School.
Lyle, how old were you in 2008? 10?
Yeah.
Lyle was 10 years old. Some of our listeners out there probably weren't even born yet. But if I could take you back to the year 2008.
Maura was modeling in Europe.
Where were you in 2008,
I wish I was
Maura?
in Europe.
Were you in Miami? Were you in LA?
No, I was back in Colorado by that point.
All right.
I was in Miami and LA like 2001-ish.
Okay. Whoa. Maura, don't reveal. You shouldn't reveal all
I'm
that.
old,
You don't want to
guys.
tell people the dates.
I'm not going to tell you the exact date.
People might start doing research.
Maura,
You don't
theater of
want
the
that.
mind. You
Yeah,
could have
Maura.
said I
No,
was
we
on
had a listener
Sunday.
do research. Remember, there's an Irish poet, and it said I was 67 years old.
Aren't you? All right. So in
I'm not that old.
in 2008, the Mariners became the first team in history to spend $100 million and lose 100 games. I know $100 million doesn't seem like a lot now, but at the time, they were spending a lot of money, and it was not paying off. Weird. Anyway, first team in history to spend $100 million and lose 100 games, and they were a pretty detestable team with Eric Bedard and all of that. In 2008, Brock, the Seahawks were, I think, 5-11, and it was the end of the Mike Holmgren era. It was the last year of Mike Holmgren. He and, what was the guy's name?
Tim Ruskell.
Were not getting along. I brought that name up yesterday.
A lot of discord.
There was a lot of infighting, and the team was in chaos, and it was ugly. Nothing was good here in Seattle for the Seahawks. Mike Holmgren left, and he was about to be replaced by his coach in waiting, Jim Mora. And so that's where the Seahawks were at.
Yep.
They were a team on the decline. The Huskies went 0-12.
Oh, Tyrone.
The Huskies went 0-12.
Tyrone.
The Cougs went, I believe, 2-10, beating some Sisters of the Poor and the Huskies. So I guess you could say two Sisters of the Poor that
West
year.
Texas A&M.
Was that the other win?
No.
All right, but it might as well have been. You might be making the name of that school up. The Cougs were awful. The Huskies were worse. The Sonics left. So just think about the year 2008. The Mariners stunk. The Seahawks were in disarray. The Huskies were horrendous. The Cougs were very bad. The Sonics left Seattle, and the economy crashed.
I looked up who Wazoo beat. You want to take a guess?
Portland State.
I'm going to guess.
Yes. First guess, you got it right.
Yeah. Nice job.
48-9.
Big win. Big win for those Cougs that year. Was that what's that guy's name?
Just going to minimize my
No,
accomplishment.
nice job. That was impressive.
Thank you.
What was that guy's name, the coach?
Ooh, Paul Wolf.
Paul Wolf. A guy with so little personality, the athletic director had to do the interviews because nobody would talk to this poor bastard when we went to Pac-12 Media Day. Pac-10 at the time.
His name was Bill Moose.
Yeah, they had a moose and a wolf. And they needed Moose to do the interviews because the wolf was a disaster. So that's the sports climate in 2008 in Seattle. The economic climate is death. It's awful. Like the economy's crashing, the financial crisis is upon us. And a couple of geniuses here at Bonneville said, you know what we should do? Start a sports station.
Carl and the Silver Fox.
Nice
Thank
job,
you
boys.
so much.
Really great timing. Hey, there's another station in town that's got an 18-year head start. You know what we should do? Start another sports station on an AM radio station here in Seattle. Can't miss. What a great sports climate. What a great economic climate. This can't miss. Let's start a sports station. Okay, how do we do it? Well, we're going to have to get a couple of things. We got to get the Mariners back, which they did. We're going to, from Como. We're going to have to make sure we keep the Seahawks, which they did. We're going to have to get Kevin Calabro. He's the voice of the Sonics. He just left. If he does a talk show, and we can start this station with Kevin Calabro, Dave Niehaus, and Steve Rabel. Rabel, Niehaus, and Sports Insiders. Only a few people remember that. But if we could start with that, we're good to go. Okay, we've got those three. All right, what else do we need? How about the Prince of Puyallup? Let's get Brock Heward.
Oh.
Okay, we got that done. What else do we need? Now it starts getting a little harder. Well, let's bring in some people from the East Coast, some producers who know what they're doing, have been around ESPN. Let's hire a couple guys. Let's hire Matt Pittman and Shannon Dreyer. They'll come over from Como and bring some real life to the Mariner broadcast and all of that. Okay, yep. So we got that coming in. And let's hire this crazy kid out of Boston. It's been doing very little local hosting, but hosts some national fill-in stuff
now
at
you
ESPN.
Can pause. This was your 7 minutes. Now
Yep.
you can pause for just one moment, please. You've done a beautiful job.
Thank
setting
you.
It up.
Just trying to remind people where we were at.
Just down that hallway, Lyle. If you look to your right and more to your right, just down that hallway, and you bend around. And by the way, this didn't exist. The studio we're in right here. We were not in this one. We were in the little backup studio with everybody. It was beautiful. But just down that hallway, and then you take a right. That's where the big boss had the office back in the day.
yeah.
The program director.
Rod Arquette.
Oh, Big Rod. And that is where, after I did 18 demos with lots of different people from all over the country, some country music guy from Wisconsin, some guy that's doing National Fox now, nice guy, Brian, nice guy, other local guys and gals that maybe wanted to be a part of this thing. I did all these demos. And yeah, one was Salk too.
You should have gone with Nick Wright. You blew that one.
No.
Why didn't you guys go with Nick Wright?
Nick did an interview.
Oh, he did.
Not with me. No.
Because I ran into Nick at spring training, and he was like, "I can't believe you got that job. I really wanted it."
No, not with me.
Well, it worked out for him.
Yep. So I walked down that hallway, or down the hall, take the right, get in Rod's office. There's Carl. There's a Silver Fox. I don't know if Kathy was in that one or not. At that point, they're like, "Well, what do you think? What do you think of these 18? What are you feeling?
Yeah.
What's jiving with you? You liking this?"
You're like anybody but the guy from Boston.
That's exactly what I said.
You did not.
Pretty darn close.
No, you didn't.
Pretty close.
No, you didn't.
I said, well, I really enjoyed so-and-so, and this one was so-and-so, and that one was a little weird. But that guy from Boston, man, he was, I don't know about that one. And sure enough, that's who they hired.
I mean, to be fair, the first time I ever met Brock in person at our infamous lunch that he remembers so well, That was exactly what he said. He said, I did all these different demos. He's like, the one that just jumped out, he's like, I really don't know about that Salk guy.
I don't know about that guy. I don't know. And that's exactly what they wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Right?
They wanted to make you a little uncomfortable.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm so milquetoast as it is and basic.
Better than what they told me. Owen Murphy told me, oh, it's your job. You just got to come out. We want to meet you, and it's your job. I was like, okay, great. I came out, interviewed, and he's like, okay, we'll let you know in a month. I was like, wait, what? You told me it was my job, you psycho. Like, oh, my God, that guy. Anyway, so they hire me. I come out here. We launch the station. A couple of weeks later, we got John Clayton aboard as well, and that is how this station was launched. Now, what you may not know is that it didn't do very well.
Well,
Shocker.
the first show, we've got Dick Vitale, who's laryngitis and his cords. He can't talk.
Yeah.
We're trying to take calls. No one's calling.
Well, they also told us,
I think we had Doug Gottlieb to break down the NCAA tournament.
So they told us right at the, you may not remember this, but they told us right at the beginning, like, well, we think that we're going to be very successful right away. Our research shows that there's a huge appetite for sports. We've been running promos and everything because they were moving Cairo Radio from its like million-year home here on 710 over to 97.3, and they're like, we've been running promos for 6 months. This is going to be great. Everyone's going to, okay, sure, sounds good. So I remember we got our first ratings book. Our first ratings came in May, and I was at a wedding. I had to go. You know where I was? I was at Sawgrass for a wedding. I didn't play golf, so I didn't play, but my buddy Chris got married. He and his wife have both a tremendous amount of money, and they got married at Sawgrass, so that's where I was.
And by the way, in radio, you don't get like other feedback. You don't see the till every night to know.
You get ratings a month and a half later. They tell you how you did.
Here we go.
So I was like, okay, well, they said there's going to be great. We get bonused on like a top 5, and like it's going to be awesome. And I saw it, and I was like, texted or called. I was like, hey, how'd we do? And they're like, 27th. I was like, what? There aren't 27 radio stations in the market. How could we possibly be 27th? They were like, yeah, it did a 0.01 rate. I was like, that's not even a number.
UW Campus Radio beat us. Lyle over at Central Washington Radio beat us.
True story.
Central Washington?
I think that
I've never stepped foot in Central Washington.
Same diff.
ASU Central.
In any event, so they finally they give us their, and they're like, oh, you guys are like 27th, 29th, whatever. I was like, that's not even a real number. Like, what do we do? So, I mean, it was bad. It was very, very, very bad. Brock, we had a bad show. We were fighting all the time. Calabro was, trying to learn how to do radio as well. We were running Mike and Mike in the morning, and then Cowherd, and there was a delay. Like, there was a lot wrong with the station. We were running ads. Because the other thing that happened is that Cairo started not doing well on FM.
Right.
And like we could not do well, and they'd be like, yeah, whatever, we're not spending any money on these idiots. Like if it fails, it fails. But if Cairo doesn't do well, like we're going to have to shutter the building. So we start running ads on our station every single break, telling people to go to Cairo. True story. And I don't mean Cairo, Egypt. I mean the other station in town. We're running promos every single break with either Ron and Don, Dave Ross, or Dory Monson being like, hey, guys, I'm still here just on Cairo on 97.3. Change the channel right now. And we were like, we were complaining, and they were like, I don't care what you guys say. Like, if that thing doesn't work, we're all out of a job.
You know what you are? You're a 0.02.
Exactly. So I was like, well, if we're so little.
UW Radio.
I was like, if we're so little, why do you even need to run the ads? We're trying to build an audience. And they're like, no, they need to build the audience.
You know what the beauty of this story is, by the way?
That it's all true.
It is all true. And I hadn't thought about this. It's a little bit like when we bought at Suncadia. I was like, I was still doing some of my real estate stuff. And it was like, look at these lots. Oh, they're bank owned. Oh, they're foreclosed. I can go get pennies on the dollar for these lots. And I'm gonna go buy. Like, this is gonna be a great investment. I'm using my real estate big brain and connections with Washington Federal to buy these. And we start the process. And I had no idea how close that thing was to shuttering. And ignorance is bliss.
Thank God. Well, that was also the case here. Yep. It turns out that about a year in addition to Owen getting ready to fire me, there was some real serious conversations about turning off the lights here at 710 and just saying, hey, it was a good experiment. It didn't work, but let's move Cairo back. We'll run, some music station or something on 97.3. And there were people at the old corporate office that were ready to do that. And thankfully, some other folks here locally stepped up. Carl Gardner, you call him the Silver Fox, but Dave Pridemore, those two probably more than anyone else, but they were not alone. But give those two a lot of credit. I think they both said, give us a year, and if we don't make it, fire us. But they stepped up, and they fired Owen Murphy, thank God. And, well, he wanted to fire me. Thank God they fired him instead. And ultimately, they brought in Brian Long, who was a tremendous difference maker for us and our station and building culture. Brian brought over, they brought over the Graz, which was a big part of it. They brought in Bob, which was a big part of it. And they moved around some shows so that we had, more local programming.
People, guess what they want here?
Yeah,
Local.
They needed it, and we knew that. And
then Pete Carroll, and then Russell, and
that certainly helped. Yeah, a lot of the sports news started to turn our way. The economy ultimately started to get better as well.
Left, so you took the bag.
Yeah, that stunk.
You took the bag.
Sorry about that.
It's all about you.
But just going back, not to the later parts of the story, but just it really was this close to not working. And
did you know?
No.
I didn't really know either.
I don't think
Again,
I really
ignorance
knew.
is kind of bliss. And when you're young and hungry, we knew, and we told our story before, like we knew we sucked.
Yes.
We knew like we could look and, man, I don't have a hit yet this season. And man, I'm Rob Refsnyder right now. And we're not doing good.
Right.
And we got to dig out of this. And you and I fought like brothers a lot.
Yep.
And then
we've told that part of the story before of how you and I got together and said, hey, we're going to have to make this work together. It's not going to happen.
It's not going to work.
We've told that story a lot.
But I had no idea that it was that close.
Yeah, it was real close. They were going to shutter this thing, and thankfully,
and many of you are wishing they did.
I know. Well, there are some people in town that probably are wishing they did, who liked being on top and liked being there for a long time and coasting on it, and they're not on top anymore, and that's really too bad for them. They like to complain about it. So that's where we're at. That's why we're still here today.
I love you, Salky.
All of these years later.
Don't you love it?
17 years in one day.
Spins this beautiful tail on this really. Got to throw a couple daggers. Just got to throw a couple daggers.
Yeah, because I started the daggers there. Yeah, that's how that goes.
Did you guys see this text from JD in the 509?
No.
In 2008, I lost my job, so I turned to sports for some uplifting moments. You can imagine how that went.
It was pretty bad. It's pretty bad. 808. This is true. You did appearances at Top Pot Donuts. That's true.
That is true.
We did do a couple of appearances.
We did
at Top Pot Donuts.
What was that? What place?
The All-Star Sports Bar with Mary Kay Letourneau.
Rest in peace.
I do have a picture of her and Brock together, which no one is allowed to. Which I would never send to anybody.
You're going to use some blackmail against me some point down the road.
You and Mary Kay both look good, though. You both look very young.
I asked Lyle last week. He did not know who that was.
No, of course not. No chance. Yeah, some other great things happened along the way. I mean, there were other good people hired. Colin Paisley was a big part of our early years, and then eventually Tom Wassel and Boy Howdy and Kyle and after that Andy Bunker and who else? Who
just
am I missing? Lydia, like all the people that were a part of the show over the years. It's been great.
Think about just to kind of spin this to today.
Wyman came in not that far after that.
No.
Yeah,
and just think about how. How much we talk to, and I know it's a word that I love to use and overuse, but just connective tissue and that connectedness, and how little there was, how unknown. We're just stumbling and bumbling and fumbling and starting here and doing just all over the place. Frankly, like a lot of NFL teams, like a lot of MLB teams, like a lot of these billion-dollar businesses that you think would get their act together, but they can't, and they're constantly churning over and they're constantly changing. Yep. And while we had change, there was, from an ownership standpoint, a resource standpoint,
you say that.
Commitment.
Everything changed with the ownership. Bonneville sold off half of the company, and the entire management group, corporate, left, and they brought in a different management group, and then a different management group after that. So, I mean, some of that is true.
In our building.
But what they really did is they did stick with it. And, and it is an important reminder that if you're going to call for people's jobs, if you're going to look for regime change, you better be damn sure. You better be really, really sure before you call for someone's job. And I think that you and I have tried to stay to that for the most part. I mean, even when it feels kind of obvious, and this Kraken thing is kind of on that list right now where it's like, hey, you're going to have to do something. There are moments where you have to be really careful, because I think that a lot of people looked at this station and our jobs and our career and were like, yeah, this thing's not going to work. These guys don't have it.
Yeah, and I think Romar
thankfully somebody stayed with
Lorenzo was probably one of our first ones where we were just like, it's just kind of run its course. Yeah. I think in the end with Pete and John, you just kind of knew like this was not going to, you just were not going to rebuild this thing with those two in that marriage again. It just wasn't going to work. So there've been a few of those over the years, and you're right. You gotta be fairly measured and better make sure you really, really do know. But man, that's a fun that was 17 years ago yesterday.
17 years ago yesterday, the birth of this station. So, I'm glad Passan Cancel actually gave us a little opportunity to run through some of that. And
Wait, do you guys remember? I just wonder if you think it's of it as the same time. Do you remember when you started to feel like you were good at it? Because Brock said we knew we sucked.
Oh, well, we did not enjoy working.
I think together. I do. I don't know. I would say it was right around when we started doing the media bracket. I think that's around when we started.
You can't find any of the sound. No. Nate, the great, just absolutely erased all of it. Was Nate an ASU grad too? I think he was, right?
I don't know where Nate went to school. Nat.
Nate.
Wasn't it Nat?
Whatever.
Yeah.
Nat,
Poor guy.
No, that's probably true. That's probably.
I think it was
right.
around that. That was a really cool thing we did, where we, we did a little Sweet 16, 64 bracket with media members from around Seattle, and we viewed it at the time as an opportunity to get other people to promote our show. We were like, if we have all these people on from the Seattle Times and all these, TV stations, this and that, if they want to win, they'll have to say they're coming on with us, and they'll have to get people to vote. Yeah. And so maybe people will find out who we are. And I think that's around when we started.
I think
to figure
so.
It out.
And Maury, that's a good question. I actually think of the great Matt
The
Stretch.
real answer is probably we haven't figured it out yet.
No, I think of the great Matt Stretch Johnson. So instead of us talking about it, I remember him saying something to me when he was doing Seahawk pre and post game. And I got a chance to do all that with the guys and just give more and more hours, more comfortable. And he said, when your show will make it? When you will feel like your show has arrived, when people want to be on it. And I remember him saying that, and I remember those early years like, why
would anybody want to be on this?
Nobody wants to jump on this. Can you get so-and-so? I'll try. No, I'm tied up. Sorry. I don't want to.
No thanks.
Yeah, I'm kind of busy.
Yeah, we're good here.
So it is kind of fun after all these years to build a whole bunch of rapport and relationship with a lot of people. And most importantly, the only reason lights are on is you all out there. Yeah. That's it. That's the way this thing works. Kind of a bottom line business too, right? You all want to be a part of it. We love what we do. We love spending every morning with you guys. Salk's alarm clock, maybe not so much, but we love just about everything and all the different people.
It's a good opportunity to say thank you. You guys showed up. It took a year. We don't blame you. Nobody knew we were here. It took a little bit of time. There wasn't a lot of marketing, although occasionally you'll still see one of the old 710 ESPN Seattle cement mixers out there, or one of the old trucks out there. There were a couple of semis that have 710 ESPN Seattle on them. Occasionally, you will still see them around the town, which is great. But people listen to the Mariners. They found the Seahawks, and ultimately through that, they found us. So thank you to all of you for being with us for whatever portion of the 17-year journey you've been on. And thank you to all the folks who've helped keep the lights on, from Carl Gardner to Dave Pridemore and Kathy Cangiano and every Brian Long, huge part of that, Kyle Brown now, everybody in between. Thank you. We really do appreciate it, and we'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
Holy smokes, what a play!
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Nobody has more choices than Toyota. Like the all-new, all-hybrid Toyota RAV4. Now through May 4th, get 4.99 APR financing on a new 26 RAV4. Or lease a well-equipped RAV4 SE for just $369 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC boats are easy to operate and maintain. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC, you have to see it to believe it.
Digging in my yard, trying to lay a pipe. I hit a water line and now I have to pay a big fine. I should have called 811.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble? Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay. Calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry. I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
You could file your taxes on a basic free service, which is fine. But are you okay with fine? Because when it's your money on the line, do you really want to guess if you missed a credit or hope the math is right? Get the confidence of TurboTax for free right on the Intuit Credit Karma app. Free Fed and free state for simple 1040s only. Around 37% of filers qualify. See details at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for EITC, CTC, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Eward is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Hello!
Yep, there we go. Thank you. Appreciate you, 206. Love the storytelling, but this must be what filibustering feels like. Thank you. That's nice. Makes us feel really good. Try to tell you the story of how we got here and lasted for 17 years, and maybe the story lasted a good portion of those 17 years. Sorry about that. But anyway, headshots from 2008 or it didn't happen. There are some out there. There are some pictures from the early years. They're not pretty.
Do you know what I do remember? And I think it was Lundberg one. I think it was Owen. That was like, you know what? We're going to use your college football travel since you leave and you're running around, you're taking red eyes, and we got this guy named John Clayton, the professor who was so dialed in, and you two are going to do these draft profiles. And it was, I think, even before this was remodeled, like we taped in the studio, and John was so amazing. It was like, okay, well, how long do you want?
Yeah.
Well, let's make it about 15. Okay, 15. Here we go. In 3, 2. It was like, oh my god.
Yeah, but also 2.
Yeah. Oh, you need 30? Okay, here we go. We'll do it in 30. You need 30 seconds? 31? Like he was.
Okay, I got my timer, and here we go. Of course, you got your bell peppers.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
Like it was just, and we did some of these draft profiles together, and then eventually just kind of did them on my own. But John's such a big part of all that.
Huge part of it. Well, we are 12 days away, Brock. 12 shows away, anyway, from getting to the NFL draft. And so, without further ado, it is time for Brock's Draft Profiles.
The Seattle Seahawks select.
This is Brock Heward's Draft Profile.
You want traits? Check. You want a vocal leader? Check.
At the end of the day, you have to say, okay, what's best for the organization? Can you make people around you better, and can you bring people together?
Every day leading up to the draft.
So Salky had a few hours on the plane yesterday. And kind of like John Clayton, I sat next to him one time on a trip from ESPN in his old database. Remember Johnny's database? Was Johnny's database on a computer? Did he pull it out? Was it on a tablet? Oh, no. Johnny's database was a lot like my database right here.
It was printed out Excel spreadsheets.
It was printed out Excel spreadsheets. It was the best ever. I love that. Maura's smiling in there. Maura knows. She's seen those databases too.
Kind of like a little metal binder thing that he would carry it around.
That he called his database.
It was his database. So you know what? For my 2027 draft profiles on my folder right here, in paying homage to the late great John Clayton, the professor. There it is. Right there, Salk. You don't get to see all the details.
No, keep moving.
No, I tried to look at that. I tried to scan. Nope.
Would you get to your profile?
Will you shut your mouth?
Jeez.
You just got to talk for half an hour and tell our story. You don't tell me what to do over
That was
there.
a much longer segment than this one. Plus, I got right to the point.
Well, number 12.
Did you learn nothing from any of those program directors?
Yes, I'll tell you what I learned. Honestly, is the strength of that. When you do an exercise, you spend 3 or 4 hours digging through some of these different numbers. You do realize, like, the strength of this draft is 25 through 75. Like, these 50 players, I'm like, I think I could take a ton of these guys. And it was really hard. I thought, am I going to have 12? I had like 32 to whittle down to 12. And I'm going to start number 12 with a right guard. Roger in Tacoma, if you're listening, I'm buttering you up right now, buddy. You want a guard? I'll give you a guard. His name is Keylan Rutledge. Offensive guard, and not just a guard, a right guard with 43 starts for the Rambling Wreck at Georgia Tech. You know what they do at Georgia Tech, Salt? They run the freaking ball. They are
triple option, right?
They got away from some of that over the last few years. That was a little of the predecessor, but this new coach is a line of scrimmage, physical, and they move people. And Keylan Rutledge, I was texting with DJ yesterday on the plane. I said, I remember watching the combine. I like this guy. You know, is he? And he's in his top 50. You're talking about one of these guys he's not first round. I don't think if you took him at 32, it'd be a bit of a reach. He is closer to that 50 range, but that 25 to 75 is where about every one of my guys are going to be. And this one's a little on the lower because he is a guard. And there are some other guys, but what do I love about him? He's 6'4", 316. He's not short, squatty little arms. He's 32 and a half. He jumped 32 inches. Yeah, 32 and a half inch arms. And he jumped 32 on his vert. He ran about a 5 flat. But what I love is he's unapologetically a guard. And he's missing just one G. He's missing one G, or you could spell rugged in his last name. So if I got that Greg Williams G, that second G on his first name, I could spell rugged with his last name.
Third G.
And you're going to hear me use that adjective a lot over these 12 profiles. Like, Give me just line of scrimmage. Outside, you can be pretty and you can be fast and you can be Rashid Shaheed and you can look really good and really drippy. But if you're at the line of scrimmage, you know what I want? I want really nasty, rugged. And this is the toughest dude in the draft. Multiple people told me that. Give me the nastiest, meanest, fire-breathing, rip your head off, unapologetic about it. It's Keylan Rutledge. Last thing on him. Multi-sport athlete. When I think of Gray Zabel, you know what I really loved? I love watching him take BP at T-Mobile.
You like the athleticism.
I love the athleticism. When I watch Abe Lucas and all of his little workout videos, like, dude, that he loves to work out. He loves to train his body. He loves to move. When I look at Charles Cross run on the field, he's a 225-pound guy that just happens to be 325. Keylan Rutledge was a shot put champ. He was an all-state basketball player. He was a 3-sport stud. And oh, by the way, if you want to flavor this in one more Seahawk way, guess what else he has? Grit. He had a terrible car accident in college. Bad. Nearly like it was a bad deal. And you know what? He still didn't miss one start. So he's got a little grit. He's got a whole lot of toughness, and he's got a multi-sport background for a people mover at the line of scrimmage. He could be a right guard that would very much push Mr. Bradford at that spot.
All right, that is the first of 12 draft profiles for Brock Heward this year. That came out good. Once you got going, it was good. There was a lot in there, and you sold me. I'm in. Yeah,
you'd like him.
Toughest guy in the draft, meanest guy in the draft. Sounds good.
Meanest, toughest.
I want the meanest guy in the draft.
There's a guard from A&M I liked. Just did a little bit more work. Maybe not quite as much. You start to check all these boxes. Now, he will be one over the next 10 to 12 days that the medicals will be a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
He could be one that, I learned sometimes after the fact, like, yeah, we really liked him. But that car accident, that deal, that's just, he's got some stuff there that we just, our team's not comfortable with. And they are very invested in their commitment to health and projection and all the work they do behind the scenes with those medicals, and they've gotten a lot of them right over the years. So that would be the only real red flag there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the mentals, it's not the physicals, it's not the want to, it's not the leverage, it's not finishing people, it's not aggressiveness, not any of that. It would just be the medical, maybe more.
Well, the 209's not buying it. It says, please cover all the smoke around the Hawks going interior O-line early because they're bringing back 13 of 13 linemen from 2025.
No, they are. They absolutely are.
It's a fair point.
No, I think that's a real. Honestly, as I put this together, I had like 3 or 4.
It's not a top need. I mean, I think if you're looking needs, you're probably going.
Let's see. I got 8 defensive ends and I got 4 corners that I had to sit.
Corner, defensive end, running back, which there aren't a lot of in the draft, and then probably guard or center would be next. Right? I mean, like you're looking a little ways down the road, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't cover them because if you got an opportunity to get a really great right guard at 64,
if he
maybe take that.
Let's just say on their grading of a 1 to 100, let's say he's an 80 and there's a DB there or corner at 68. What are they going to do? They're going to take the 80. They're going to take the best player available. They're going to take JSN. They're going to take Byron Murphy. They're going to take the best Gray Zabel. They're going to take the best player available. I don't think they're going to play a whole lot of games around position of need versus best available. Go get the best talent. We'll figure out the rest.
253 says, I moved to Africa in 2007. I was pretty homesick. I missed talking sports with friends. Discovering your show as a podcast allowed me to have those conversations, even if it was just me arguing with Salk like an invisible friend. Loyal listener ever since. Thank you, guys. All right, we got you, 253. We're here for you. Another 253 says, can you replay the entire Sherman interview to celebrate? No, that's probably not going to happen. 206, I just tuned in. Was there some sort of announcement or was Salk just telling the Brock and Salk story again? No, just telling the story. It was our anniversary birthday yesterday. And then finally, 570 asking, so John Clayton's database was just a trapper keeper? Yeah, pretty much. We'll be back with everything you need to know next.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Hey, Brock Heward here for my friends over at People Come First, PCF Construction Group. And spring really is the perfect time to start planning your dream deck. And right now, my friends at PCF are making it easier than ever to get started with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. That means Yes, that means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. Most people who start with a design package end up with the outdoor space they've always wanted. And this offer is your very first step. Don't wait till summer to wish you had started sooner. Do what Molly and I did some years ago and contact PCF Construction Group today. Get the project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's pcfgroup.com.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with 0 investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Your windows and doors play a huge role in your home's efficiency and comfort. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors for windows that are up to 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and reduce noise by up to 50%. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Mariners and Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch at 5:05. Pregame at 4. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, I'm wishing that we were not continuing to have these same conversations. They feel old with the Mariners and feel like things we've had too many times. But once again, they're not hitting to start the year. They're 4-7 after losing their third straight game yesterday. This one in Texas, thankfully, it featured the first home run of the year from Cal.
Love pitch at bat. Next offer, swing and a drive. Deep to right field. There she goes. Goodbye, baseball. Number 1 for Cal Raleigh. He hit 60 bombs last year. There's number 1, and that was on pitch, I believe, number 12 off of Jake DeGrom. Holy smoke, straightaway right field. A tremendous at-bat for Cal Raleigh, and the Mariners have a 1-0 lead here in the top of the first inning, and he got it all. What an at-bat off of Jacob DeGrom.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Unfortunately, that was it. There was no other offense.
One other hit.
Yeah, Randy.
2 for 28 on the day.
Randy had one other hit, and that was pretty much it.
And he even got him out after 5, right? They had a bunch of good at-bats.
Yep.
That one the best of the whole game. But it wasn't like DeGrom shoved for 7 into the 8. He got to their bullpen.
Yeah.
And that bullpen's not supposed to be very good.
It's not very good.
Not very good.
No, you just didn't hit it. So the battle of Stetson starters went to Jacob DeGrom, as Logan Gilbert was just as good. I mean, he went 6 innings and gave up just 2 runs. Certainly a quality start, but not enough, as Dan Wilson knows.
You know, another tough, low-scoring one tonight. Can't say enough about the job Logan did. You know, I thought he pitched, extremely well for 6 innings. Again, quality start for us. I thought he was very aggressive. Gave us what we had to, put us in the position to come back and win that game, and threw the ball well, and he turned it over to the bullpen that I thought did the same.
So you know what I bet Logan is? A tendency breaker. I bet he's one of those guys that does look at a lot of his pitches and because he's a tinkerer with everything,
I can
right?
See that. Like, how do I change it up? How do I do it a little differently? Yeah. And maybe there is something where with his kind of awkward delivery, maybe guys start to lock in on it over time, and maybe he has to do that a little bit more. There
was a lot of mix yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Changeup and splitter.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah.
And, he hadn't had the 2 greatest outings to start the year, so to come back and throw 6 innings, 2 runs, obviously pretty important for Logan, and maybe that and the Cal home run are the things to take away.
Nice.
But you sure would like to go out and hit tonight.
And you don't. Everybody's going to have 2, 3, 4 game losing streaks. You'd like to kind of, especially with this rotation,
you'd like to not
put
lose.
that to a stop.
You'd like to go 4 series. Wouldn't want to go 4 series without winning one.
That's right.
Right. Like at some point, you want to start winning series, and you would definitely, if you're going to do it, you got to win tonight. It'll be George Kirby taking the ball against Nathan Eovaldi, so it's not like the road gets easier. Eovaldi today, Mackenzie Gore tomorrow, but you got to find a way to get it done.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
So, I would like Myles Garrett. There was a text here earlier that said that was my worst take, that he's a bad person and a team killer. Is he? I've not heard that about Myles Garrett. I know he had the one incident
he tried to kill Mason. I mean, with a helmet.
But there was also some suggestion that there was a pretty good reason for it. Some suggestion. I mean, the guy's never flown off the handle like that ever before or since. So I have not had that. I mean, he was there supporting Chloe Kim at the Olympics. He sure seems like a pretty good guy from the outside.
You blame Myles Garrett for what the Browns have done to themselves.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I don't see that at all. If Myles Garrett is available, the Seahawks should trade for him. End of story. He's awesome. He might be the single best player in the league.
That's one thing to get all excited about Trey Hendrickson. It's another thing to get all excited about Max Crosby.
This guy's better.
They're worth getting excited about. But you're talking about one of the 5 most talented players in the NFL, and there's not a debate about that.
Yeah, and he fits exactly what you are, what you need, what you'd want. He would love it here. I think it would be just an eye-opening experience.
How old is he?
28? He was drafted in 17. He was the number 1 pick in 17. So what?
9
30?
years? Yeah.
31?
31? Is he really that old?
I don't know. He was really young coming out of A&M. I think he was really, really young.
He's 30. Yeah, he's 30.
He's 30.
Yeah. He'll turn 31 at the end of the year.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd still make the deal. He's still really, really, really good. But he is a little older than I realized. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, that's worth noting. He's still awesome. I would still make that deal. As for Dexter Lawrence, I don't think that's a great fit. If you'd like the basics on this story, here is Ian Rappaport.
Best case scenario for both sides is for a contract situation that makes Dexter Lawrence and the Giants happy. In other words, a new deal where everyone can agree this guy who's been basically the face of their defense for the last several years, one of the best defensive linemen in the NFL, at times the best defensive lineman in the NFL, that puts him in a Giants uniform for years to come. That would be the best case scenario. A trade would come, one, if the Giants decided they wanted to part way with one of their great defenders who wreaks havoc in the middle of their defense, and two, if another team wanted to pay for a 28-year-old defender making $20 million, who, as you mentioned, Tom, is not coming off his best season.
Thanks, Ian.
Doesn't feel like a fit here.
No.
28, you want a quick little story? We don't have time for stories. Well, I'll tell you a 1-minute story right after. The next need to know.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
The best scenario is they work out a deal. The next scenario is they could trade him. Thanks. It's great. Do you want to go down the Kraken Road again? I can't do this too many more times, but I'll give you a little bit of Lane Lambert because they got killed again last night. Gave up another 6 goals, and it's 4 straight losses. They're just playing awful hockey. It is just a terrible way to end this season, and Lane Lambert sounds kind of embarrassed.
I thought our structure was okay on their second goal. Again, we don't make a play on their third goal. Our structure was all right on that one as well, and it goes off Lindgren and in the net. So, these are just things that are happening right now, and we've got to stop the bleeding. It's about, for me, it's about pride right now.
Ugh. It's about pride. That's not a good sign when you're having that kind of conversation. Pretty ugly. Congrats to the Michigan Wolverines, Brock. They won the national title yesterday.
Big Ten, baby. Big Ten. Hoosiers? Wolverines and Bruins. What?
It's weird that it's not flip-flopped.
What do you mean?
That the Hoosiers didn't win basketball. Michigan didn't win football.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All right, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Do you remember years ago, speaking of the Wayback Machine, when I took the boy Howdy with me to Clemson, South Carolina?
He was eating pizza in bed.
To tape the Above and Beyond podcast.
Absolutely disgusting.
And he was
revolting person. Eating pizza in your bed using the sheets as napkins. Just wiping his mouth with the sheets on the bed. Just revolting.
Yes.
Ugh.
And thinking of him sitting in our meetings.
Isn't that where he was during the role player coughing fit?
Yes.
Right?
That was in Atlanta.
That was you were in Atlanta in that hotel.
Yes.
That was where you were for the role player coughing fit.
But I think of that because that D-line room that we sat with, Christian Wilkins.
Yeah.
I got a weird incident there in Vegas. Christian Wilkins, Cleveland Farrell, and Dexter Lawrence.
Yeah.
3 dudes.
There you go.
So we're all
Mr. Professor Clayton, if you were going to...
How you and Brock getting along?
We're getting along really well, actually. It's been an interesting process. But if you were going to be a part of a live-action role-playing group, what weapon do you think that you would be using?
A role-play group? What would
John, we're gonna let you go. John, you gotta go. Go get some water. That's enough. You have to stop. Go get some water. That's enough. That's enough, John. We'll hear from you at 10 o'clock. Oh my,
we had to let him go. That was December 2018, Brock. Late December, almost Christmas, 12/21, 2018. Boy, howdy, almost killing John Clayton by asking him a difficult question. All right, it sounds like Jeff Passan's going to join us next. How about that?
Really?
He's done with his work. He's going to join us. We'll talk to Jeffrey to finish out the show next on Brock and Salk.
4 Down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who would you entertain if you can get him for cheap as a Seahawk?
So this dude's been in the league 15 years. He's a big personality. I take a look at Cam Jordan. He had 10.5 sacks last year. If he's still around after this draft is over with, go ahead and take a look at Cam, especially if you're not sure about what's going to happen at your end spots.
Catch every 4 Down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can celebrate Mom with Snoqualmie and Casino and Hotel's Mother's Day weekend giveaway. You could win one of 100 designer handbags. They're filled with prizes. Saturday, May 9th, Sunday, May 10th. And don't forget to book a stay at the new hotel where you can elevate your next getaway, combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com to book. And for more details, it's all at Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Make this spring even sweeter with healthy saltwater soaks in a hot spring spa. During Olympic Sweet Spring Savings Event, save up to $3,000 on the hot tub of your dreams. Ends April 14th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice. DayandNight.net. This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. DayandNight.net.
Need some TLC for your hybrid or EV? A&M Auto Repair in Bellevue gives you fast, cost-effective, guaranteed service. Go to myevpros.com or call 425-96-EV-FIX. A&M Auto Repair treats you fair and square.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This baseball season, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have you covered with every play. With their lineup of Tundras, Tacomas, and the all-electric BZ lineup. Versatile, powerful, and innovative. All built to elevate your drive. Take a test drive at either location and head home or to the ballpark in that Toyota the same day. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Mariners and Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch at 5:05. Pre-game at 4. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Home is more than a place to live. It's where the best of life unfolds, where possibility sparks, where community grows, where lives take shape. At the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties, that belief drives the work our builders, remodelers, and tradespeople do every day. Because when we build more homes, we're building so much more than housing. We're making room for what matters most. Learn more at roomforwhatmatters.com.
Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on nearly every hole and tree-lined fairways, Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those that want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee time's available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
All right, Jeff's going to be with us in just a minute, just wrapping up the interview that he's currently recording, and then we will talk with Jeff. Jonathan and Paul's both saying, oh, man, I'd forgotten about that John Clayton soundbite. I wonder how much longer he would have gone if Salk hadn't cut him off. He'd still be going. John was like the Terminator.
Yes.
There's nothing you could do. You had to literally, like, hang up the phone because he would have tried to power through anything. He would power through being sick. He would power through being on vacation. Like, there was nothing that would keep John from doing a segment that he had said he was going to do. Honestly, I'm surprised the death has kept Clayton from doing his segments. I mean, like, we miss John. I'm honestly surprised he hasn't found a way to have left recordings or something so that he would still do segments every day.
I mean, he just never said no to anything.
Never.
It could be. You want to do the 1 a.m. overnight hit?
Yeah. What time? I'll be there at 12:30. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Can we tape at 12:30? Yeah. Always and forever. Yeah. This one says Brock and Salk Show is the best thing. One of the best things in my life. My brother and I listen every day and then discuss. I was born a Seahawks fan. Salk talked me into being a baseball fan. Now I listen to most Mariner games while I'm working. Thank you for the laughs and the fun sports discussion. Well, you're welcome. 17 years in yesterday. 17 years that this station has been doing.
You know who would not have joined us 17 years ago yesterday? Jeff Passan.
No.
He
would have wanted no part of this.
No.
And who could blame him?
Yep.
There wasn't a whole lot to join. Jeff, good morning. Thanks for finding some time for us. How are you?
This is Cal Raleigh's fault, by the way.
Okay.
This is his phone?
No, this is his fault.
Oh, I thought you said you were calling on Cal Raleigh's phone right now.
What happened? Why?
Yeah.
So what, you were recording with Cal?
Yeah, it would.
I was recording with Cal, but I was only recording with Cal today because our original record date, I'm pretty sure he slept through it. And you when you get that call from someone, and this is very Cal. Like he is, he's an incredible baseball player, but also he's just like a dude. And sometimes dudes forget things. And
you probably don't know this name, Jeff. Do you know the name Adam Moore? He was a catcher for the Mariners in 2011, 10, 11.
That's a real deep pull.
There's no reason you should remember him. But Adam Moore was once supposed to be on this show at 1:45 p.m. And at 1:30, had told me, text me at 1:30 to make sure I'm up for the 1:45 segment.
That's true.
Sure enough, texted him. He's like, okay, I just got up. I was playing video games all night. I was like, God, Adam, that's a really sad state.
Good for Adam Moore. But how many years did Adam Moore have?
Not many. Probably would have had more if he was awake a little earlier than 2 o'clock every day. All right. Well, I want to hear about your interview with Cal. Can we start there? Is there anything you can tell us about it?
Yeah, this is going to be a podcast episode, and I'm finally, everyone else had a podcast. I just got jealous, but we're starting it up. The first episode's going to be running on TV, actually.
Cool.
So that's kind of exciting, and it's gonna, the whole idea of it is I'm very fortunate to talk to people inside the game, and every person has a specific, not story necessarily, but perspective that they can offer. And the first episode is going to be Tarek Skubal and Paul Skeens together talking about pitching. And I wanted to do an episode on what it's like to be a catcher. And I didn't think there was anybody better than Cal Raleigh out there to explain the duties, the responsibilities, the necessities, everything that comes with this job that I think is kind of misunderstood. And he did an awesome job explaining all of that and getting into all of the other Cal things that he tends to.
Cool. So were you jealous, or was this part of the new deal?
No, this was part of the new deal.
We're about the facts here. The Brock Salk Show. We cut through that stuff. You weren't jealous about anything. You want a new deal? You want an extension?
No,
you're going to do a podcast.
No, are you kidding? Are you kidding? Like, I don't want to do more work.
Yeah.
I have no need for that. But I will say this: this is it's not going to be, I think, a typical podcast. We're getting a little weird, and it's got some interactivity, and
awesome.
I think people are going to dig it.
I love it.
You told him.
And by the way, that doesn't surprise me at all.
No.
Of course, you will do something. Jokes aside, you will do something to make the podcast format unique and kind of change it a little bit. That doesn't surprise me at all. So the first one debuts when? Just give me the dates on it. And when does Cal come out? I
believe Thursday is going to be the first one. We're still getting that taken care of, but that's going to be like a 4TV episode. The first full one, I believe, is going to be a week from today.
Okay. And what's it called?
And that's going to be, I haven't announced the name yet, but you know what? Screw it.
Breaking news.
It's going to be, here's the thing. If you go and look for it, like on your cable or on your TV provider, it's actually there. It's going to be called Sources Tell Jeff Passan. Little double meaning there,
Sources tell Jeff Passan. Okay, I like it.
Yes.
Very cool.
Well, thank you.
Nice job.
I appreciate that.
Jeff, help me with something here. Is there something we can tell people today besides it's early? Like, it'd be really nice because I know it's early. You know it's early. Brock knows it's early. And deep in their heart of hearts, the fans who are watching this World Series bound team go 4-7 to start the year, we all know it's early. But I think we're sick of hearing it year after year. Is there something else we can say today to help with the 4-7 start other than it's early?
No, not really. I mean, they're not like they're not hitting right now. I don't know if they have the worst batting average in the big leagues, but it's got to be close there. And I know batting average is batting average, and the fact that they're walking as much as they are is good. The fact that they're striking out as much as they are is not so good. But I think it's just a matter of time. We saw this last year too. Weren't the Mariners in last place at the end of April?
I don't think so, but they were 4-7. They were actually 3-7 last year, and then they went on a bit of a run throughout the rest of April.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking right now at the numbers of the guys who are playing every day. Julio Rodriguez not having an extra base hit 11 games into the season, not ideal. Cal Raleigh only hitting his first home run last night and striking out 43% of the time. Not ideal either. And for the good things that we've seen this year, Brendan Donovan has been awesome and an excellent fit for this team. And Cole Young's emergence has been great, and the power growing has been nice. But yeah, the bats have just straight up disappeared since that first series. And this team needs to be better offensively. Simple as that. And I think it's going to be a matter of time. I don't think Cal Raleigh is going to finish the season hitting 140-something. I don't think Julio Rodriguez is going to finish the season hitting 140-something. J.P. Crawford's going to get on track. Josh Naylor is going to be better. But, they just have not hit at all. And For 10, 11 games, that you accept it. Once we get to 25 or 30, then that starts being problematic, and you've dug yourself a hole that's really difficult to get out of. Fortunately, they're in the American League West.
Mm-hmm. What are you seeing? I mean, we're kind of in the nitty-gritty every day, and we talk about it ad nauseum with some of these struggles and everything else and all the numbers right in front of us. You get to see, on Sources Tell Jeff Passan, a little bigger picture, and you get to see it in its entirety. I guess American League and American League West, what's jumped out to Jeff?
American League, I think the Yankees look like the best team right now. And I'm not just saying that because they have the best record. Their pitching has been otherworldly, and they've hit too. And with the Mariners, their pitching has been really good, and they just haven't hit quite as much. But you look at the rest of the league, guys, the Orioles don't look good. The Blue Jays are banged up. Like, they have a lot of injury issues. And I was just in Toronto yesterday, sitting down with Dave Roberts and John Schneider for an episode on what it's like to manage Game 7. And, Schneider was just going through the laundry list of injuries that he's had to deal with. And, losing Alejandro Kirk to thumb surgery and Cody Ponce to a knee injury. Jose Barrios is out already. Like, their pitching staff, Shane Bieber's out. Their pitching staff is a mess. There is no greater mess than the Boston Red Sox right now. They have, I think, the worst record in baseball at 2-8 at this point. Then you go to the Central. Nobody really in the Central distinguished itself, and there's not really a scary team there. And then out west, I know the Astros got off to a hot start in their hitting, but they've also given up, I think, the most runs in the American League. The Angels, I get that they're 6-5 right now. I'm not buying it. The Rangers, I think the Rangers might actually be the biggest threat to the Mariners in the division. And even they're 500. So right now, the American League looks like a big old pile of mediocrity. And that's a little surprising because, frankly, I thought that was going to be more the line of the National League, except for the Dodgers. And in the National League, the Brewers have looked fantastic so far. The Pirates have looked good. Cincinnati, it's interesting seeing, like, the Mariners and the Reds. They've had very similar seasons so far, just in terms of difficult time scoring runs, but good pitching. The difference is the Reds are 7-3 and the Mariners are 4-7. So when I say it's early, that's what I mean, that these small samples, they really do not indicate a whole lot about the trajectory of a team. But it's some of those little things that you can take away that maybe a couple months down the road you saw the signs of early on in the season that it turned out are going to be true in a good way or maybe a not so good way.
And I think that's why there's a little frustration. Look, we know, again, like we saw them the exact same record this time last year. But I think the hope, and Brock brought this up earlier, like the hope was not to win 90. The hope was to win closer to 100. And Julio's going to turn it around and be 30-30. But the hope is for Julio to be 40-40. And in order to do those things, like, you can't wait until May or June. Like, you kind of have to get it going pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that way. But the ultimate thing, Mike, is it not? I would rather them be doing this in August and September than in April and May.
Of course.
And we want all of it, right? Like, we want them to, from the jump, be a juggernaut. Sometimes it doesn't happen, but that doesn't damn this team, to a disappointing season.
You learn anything new from sitting down with Cal?
I did, but I got to save that for the show.
Oh, okay, all right. Can you work around it a little bit? Can you just maybe hypothesize? Not Sources Tell, just Jeffrey's own thoughts.
I think the cool thing about this show, this specific one in particular, is that it gave insight into what every day is like for him and all of the things that he has to juggle at the same time. And there was a question I asked, is catching more chess or crisis management? And his answer was yes. Mm-hmm. And I love the fact that simultaneously, he has to sit there when he's squatting behind the plate and not just think about the psychology of his pitcher and how he's feeling and what he might want to throw at a particular point, but also to understand everything else that's going on around you, the game situation, the batter who's coming to the plate, what's going on the base paths, and who he has to be responsible for there. It's just constant brain activity. And if you are, he said this, like, you can't take a pitch off. If you're not engaged on that one pitch, something is going to happen and it's not going to be good. And so in addition to the physical elements of it, he got hit in the nuts last night on a foul ball back. Not cool, not great, doesn't feel very good. I'll say this, I did learn that he got a custom jock strap this year that has Big Dumper written on it with the Mariners Trident logo.
That is breaking news. Thank you, Jeff.
It is.
Yeah.
You're welcome. I'm here. I'm here for transactions and cup updates.
Did he tell you that story in a high-pitched voice like an 80s comedy?
Not.
It's in every Goonies and Ferris Bueller, all of these 80s comedies. Oh, my God, and then the ball hit me. Like, such a weird trope.
So did you in any way, and I'm kind of curious on this front, and we asked Angie Mentink yesterday about it, and just kind of curious for your perspective of all your years of covering baseball. Do expectations weigh down baseball teams and individuals?
They can, yeah. I think it depends on the team. I think it depends on the levels of confidence there. And I would believe that after last year that the Mariners would understand who they are. And it's why I think they're not panicking right now. It's because I think they know that they've been there, that they've done it, that they were a few outs away from advancing to the first World Series in franchise history, and that nothing changed between last year and this year. There are going to be performances that differ from last year. I would be stunned, not just because of the beginning of the season, but I would be stunned if Cal Raleigh hit 60 home runs again. I would have said that before the season started, though. And so I think the expectations are reasonable and reasonably high for the Mariners because they've shown what they're capable of being. And if they're not going out and proving that and reiterating that, then it's a fair question to ask why. What has changed? Now, I think it's too early to ask that question, but if this doesn't turn around at some point in the near future, asking what's different between last year and this year is something that everyone's going to be doing.
Do you get an opportunity to see Emerson Hancock at all or hear about what he's done in these first couple of starts? Because he's making for some potentially interesting conversations down the road here.
Yeah. This is a sincere question. What do you do when Bryce Miller comes back? Do you guys read Lance Brazdowski at all?
Yeah.
Okay. So Lance Brazdowski is as good of an analyst, I think, of all of the high level metric stuff when it comes to pitching as anyone there is. And from his newsletter yesterday, the first 6 words, Emerson Hancock's breakout is upon us. And he's talking about the differences in the release height of his four-seamer, which is 3 inches lower this year, and the arm angle, which is down from 18 degrees to 13 degrees, which is lower than 97% of right-handers in MLB, and what sort of effect that's having on his arsenal. And I give the Mariners as an organization a lot of credit for their ability to figure out how to best optimize a pitcher in his movement patterns, in his grips, in the way that the ball is coming off of his fingers, trying to get the best version of himself. And I'm not going to sit here and say yet definitively that the Mariners have cracked that with Emerson Hancock. It's just a couple of starts at this point, but they've been really good starts. And I think the version of Hancock that we're seeing now is like the version that we thought we could see when he was drafted, but not the version that when he was ascending through the minor leagues I anticipated. I thought Emerson Hancock was a number 5. He is not pitching like a number 5 right now. He's pitching like a good mid-rotation starter. And the fact that there could be more if this becomes a consistent thing is a great sign for an organization that already has 5 good starting pitchers. And with Ryan Sloan and Cade Anderson on the come up in the minor leagues, it's even more. And it opens up a world of possibilities for the Mariners, some of which are, exciting. The idea of potentially moving a pitcher to get some more help with the bats or get some more help in the bullpen or wherever it is that you want to upgrade. But it's also a little scary because George Kirby and Logan Gilbert in particular are getting closer and closer to free agency. And you wonder if one of these guys who's been as seminal as both of them have to this rise of the Mariners is going to suddenly become a potential trade candidate.
You ever think about taking a little relic from each of your podcast interviews?
What kind of a relic?
I don't know. Something in the background you could put back there like a bobblehead. I was just thinking about that jockstrap of Cal Raleigh. How amazing that would be to have like in the background.
I figured you were going to make a joke about my dad being a big jockstrap guy.
No,
yeah. Brock likes talking about how my dad likes to wear a jockstrap whenever he plays softball or goes swimming. He puts it under under his bathing suit or whatever.
Your dad goes full codpiece in the pool?
Well, I mean, under a bathing suit, and not anymore, but he used to. Brock's been fascinated by this for years.
Was he afraid that he was gonna crash into the bottom of the?
No, not the cup. No, just the athletic supporter part of it. Just the old athletic. No, not an actual cup. That is. No. Just the athletic supporter part of it.
Never mind.
Just the strap. Yes. All right, Brock, why would you distract us? I have actual baseball questions. We have Jeff Passan, and you're asking him about cod pieces.
No, you're the one who brought it up. You said Brock is fascinated with my dad.
Thank you.
That's only because he wanted it in the background of your video. That's ridiculous. Hey, let me ask you quickly about these youngsters. As we watch Kevin McGonigal and Connor Griffin, should we be paying attention as a potential roadmap for Colt Emerson?
No, I don't think so, because I think they're all just unique players with unique skill sets and unique abilities to transition to the big leagues. I mean, Connor Griffin, I don't think he has a hit aside from his first at bat. He's played good defense there. McGonigal now hitting in the leadoff spot. I would argue that he's the Tigers' best everyday player already. That's not going to be the case with Colt Emerson. Colt Emerson is going to come into the Mariners lineup and will probably hit 7th or 8th. And his presence, it's going to be nice. It will be good to have that bat around and to see what he can be long term. I am interested in seeing what kind of an effect it has on Brendan Donovan, though, because some players, Brendan Donovan's the kind of guy who's had to scrap for the kind of career that he's made for himself, and tons of respect to him for doing that. So maybe he is used to this idea of being a super utility guy, but there is some comfort, guys, in knowing where you're going to play every day. And if that gets thrown into question because Colt Emerson's taking over third base when he comes up, and Brendan Donovan's just going to be that Swiss Army knife who's in the lineup every day, it's just a question of what kind of an effect does that have on him? I don't know the answer to that.
See a couple more outings in left field, like the last 2 days. He may be starting in left field every day before it's all said and done. We'll see.
I grew up in Cleveland, bro.
Thank you, Jeff. That was from last week. You don't need to say it again. We got to go. Our show is over, Jeff. We've got to turn things over to Bump and Stacy. But thank you for making time for us. We appreciate it.
And thank you for making time for me, boys.
Anytime. We'll talk to you next week. Jeff Passan, every Tuesday here. And Brock, we got to go. Bump and Stacy up next. DJ Daniel Jeremiah tomorrow. See you at 6 in the hay.
Barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play!
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply. Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Your windows and doors play a huge role in your home's efficiency and comfort. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors for windows that are up to 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards